quickly, but here we are. We have a very full agenda, as you all probably have in front of you, and those of you online probably are aware as well. So I will get started really quickly, but before we do, I just want to note in just a quick bit of housekeeping. Is everyone at the dais available tomorrow at 6, if necessary? I'm a little concerned about potential weather, and I want to be clear that because we notice this as a hybrid meeting, if we lose our feed, so if the internet goes down or anything like that, we have to stop the meeting and pick it up again because people joining us virtually would lose their ability to join us, and then we would be in violation of the OPMA, which is not okay with us. So if that happens, if we lose power and or internet, we will recess, and I'm hoping that everyone would be available tomorrow at 6. Go ahead, Amy.
I don't want to make assumptions. I'm hoping you mean PM.
Yes. Yes, indeed. I mean 1800. Yes, thank you for the clarification. I won't be here at 6 a.m. either. So if that happens and you're joining us online, please know that you're not missing anything. The meeting will be recessed immediately, and we will go, we will pick up wherever we leave off tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. And hopefully that won't be an issue because it'll be a quiet night on the peninsula. With that, Carrie, can you please do the roll call?
Mayor Dexter.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Carr.
Here.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Here.
Councilmember Miller.
Here.
Councilmember Shroman Warren.
Here virtually.
Councilmember Schwab.
Here.
Councilmember Suggs.
Here.
Manager West.
Present.
Attorney Bloor.
I'm here.
Thanks so much.
All right, please stand as you are able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we do have one ceremonial matter this evening, and that is a part of our tradition of recognizing outgoing council members. And as many of you are probably aware, this is Councilmember Shroman Warren's last meeting with us as a council member. And so because he's not here, I'm just going to stay at my seat and read the proclamation and say thank you to Lindsay. And then if people want to address him, we'll do that in council reports. So I will go ahead and read it. A proclamation in recognition of the public service of Lindsay Shroman Warren. Whereas the City of Port Angeles recognizes Lindsay Shroman Warren for his public service as a Port Angeles City Council member from January 2018 to December 2015, and has realized many accomplishments over the last 8 years, setting the stage for the future of Port Angeles, creating policies that will ensure the health and sustainability of the city, both environmentally and holistically. And whereas Lindsay always put his constituents first, dedicating endless hours to ensuring all inquiries received a response and drilling down on utility rates with diligence to preserve affordability and the best interests of the community now and in the future. Whereas during his term on council, Lindsay focused on housing policies and affordable housing in the community. He supported House Bill 1406, which addressed affordable housing needs in the city, and Proposition 1 sales tax that would aid in the construction and maintenance of affordable housing for veterans, senior citizens, persons with mental illness and disabilities, and persons without homes. Additionally, he was a driving force behind housing incentives, including the multifamily housing fee waiver, multifamily housing tax exemption, and the housing pilot project. Whereas Lindsay's service extended beyond the regular meetings. This included his significant role representing the City of Port Angeles on the AWC Legislative Priority Committee. In addition to his time on City Council, Lindsay also participated with various boards and committees, including Strait Ecosystem Recovery Network, Utility Advisory Committee, Peninsula Regional Transportation Planning Organization, and the Clallam Transit Board. On the Clallam Transit Board, he worked hard to ensure innovation with the latest fleet and route enhancements, including the Straight Shot and Hurricane Ridge service, as well as implementation of the no-fare approach to standard routes. Whereas during Lindsay's time on council, he was essential in the process of major policy improvements and initiatives, including municipal code rewrites such as the city's Boards and Commissions Code, Climate Action Plan, and American Rescue Plan Act funding distribution to directly support our community. Lindsay is also a champion for the city's position on progressive tax reform and prioritizing proactive maintenance and upkeep of infrastructure to protect future generations. Whereas City Council member Lindsay Schroman Warren will be remembered for his dedication, advocacy, and contributions to our city and community. Now, therefore, I, Kate Dexter, Mayor, on behalf of the City Council of Port Angeles, and Nathan West, City Manager, do hereby sincerely thank Lindsay Schroman Warren for his commitment, service, and dedication to our city. We wish you the very best in all your future endeavors. So thank you very much, Lindsay. All right, thank you all. We will move forward. Are there any late items from staff?
Mayor and council, no late items this evening.
All right, any late items from council? All right, thank you. That brings us to public comment. And so if you are joining us virtually and wish to make a public comment, just a reminder, first public comment period is items on tonight's agenda, which given the faces I see, I'm suspecting most of you are here about. I have the sign up sheet. I will go. Okay. Generally, I do council chambers first and then go online. If you are joining us virtually and wish to make a public comment, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. It's down at the bottom if you're in the WebEx where it says raise and has a little hand figure. And then you will show up. We have a lot of people in the meeting, so I will scroll down and make sure I don't miss anyone. If you are joining us by phone, doesn't look like we have anyone by phone. So again, if you wish to make a public comment, there is no public hearing tonight, just the public comment period. So now is the time to raise your hand if you wish to make a comment on anything on tonight's agenda. And we will go ahead and get started. And we'll start with Kevin Russell. If you can go ahead and come up. If you're in council chambers, the lectern lights will keep track of your 3 minutes for you. And then when we get online, I will keep track for you on my phone. So just a reminder for those who haven't been before, just your name and whether or not you're a resident of Port Angeles, and then you'll have your 3 minutes. So go ahead when you're ready, Kevin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. Kevin Russell. I'm a business owner, Clallam County, do a lot of work here. I'm coming before the council to ask for reconsideration on the comp plan and the introduction of the FPIC doctrine. As a builder, and I also represent the Building Association for the state of Washington, we found some very problematic language in the FPIC. And also in addition, the net ecological gain versus no net loss. There's many points. I had our council put together a list of actionable items, but rather than belittle that, I'd like to present to you that we in the building industry have been a part of this community forever. We understand the impact of what we do here, and we're asking you to help us help you provide housing to all these people, to the community, to our neighbors, to our friends, our families. The FPIC, that adopting such language will be an unmeasured connotation on the building industry. No known timelines, higher costs, legal ambiguity, which could lead to protracted legal battles. That's just a small introduction. My opinion, you're introducing a heavy-handed approach to a local issue that we, the citizens, and you, the council, should strive to work together to arrive at workable solutions. Net ecological gain. That was introduced in the 2019-2020 ledge session as House Bill 2550. Because of the fact that that bill posed significant takings concerns in its original form, it died in committee. So I would ask you to reconsider both of those and strike that language from inclusion in there. In closing, and in the interest of fairness, I would respectfully request that any council member that is a member of one of our tribes, does work for, or consults with the tribe, recuse themselves from voting on the FPIC portion of the comp plan. Madam Mayor, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you.
Thank you very much. Next on the list is Ward Dunscombe, and I just want to make sure that Port Angeles Salmon Club that your comments are related to tonight's agenda.
And there being the lodging tax advice.
Okay, very good. Just wanted to make sure.
Thank you very much. I am not a city member or I don't live in the city. I live in the county. I'm the president of the Port Angeles Salmon Club, and we have resurrected our club from several years of non-existence, starting with COVID. Long story. We have resurrected. We have asked the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee for prize money to hold a halibut derby on Memorial Day weekend. We did that successfully from 2001 to 2018, then came COVID and everything shut down. We are now back and we are growing. We have asked the advisory committee for a prize fund donation of $10,000. We have procured money on our behalf, and we are strongly moving forward on this Memorial Day halibut derby, Memorial Day weekend, 2-day derby. The last one we had in 2018, we had 718 fishermen. 217 were local, so 500 of them were from out of town. They bring with them boats and gas and food and hotel rooms, etc. And that's what the Lodging Tax Committee, Lodging Tax is promoting, is as we call it, as we've heard it, heads in beds. We want people in town. Our goal is to return this to the days when the Salmon Derby, the Port Angeles Salmon Derby over Labor Day weekend was the festival of the year. It beat 4th of July parade. It beat anything else, the irrigation festival, for drawing people into town. We had a parade. That was back in the day before all the salmon fishing regulations put a kibosh to Labor Day fishing. Now we're on Memorial Day. The halibut quota is there. We've had plenty of fishing the last 2 years. So we are hoping to resurrect that and bring back what I would call the glory days of a halibut, of a derby in Port Angeles, and really put us back on the map for saltwater fishing. As a total experience here on the peninsula in Port Angeles. So I thank you very much. I look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll go to Susanna Spock.
Good evening. My name is Susanna Spock, and I'm a longtime resident of Port Angeles, and I'm also a program manager with FutureWise. First, I want to thank you for the extensive efforts that have gone into the comprehensive plan updates. We realize it's been a lot, but I'm here to ask you to consider adopting the amendments outlined in the memos our Deputy Legal Director, Brooke Frickleton, has shared with you. The public has already had many opportunities to provide comments on these issues through previous drafts. We're not asking you to introduce something new. We're asking you to clarify and correct what has already been thoroughly discussed. Right now, there is a fundamental conflict within the plan, which is inconsistent with required science-based critical areas regulations. The future land use map shows industrial, mixed use, and residential zones overlapping all of the creeks, which are legally require buffers, regardless of the current condition. The land capacity analysis map shows redevelopable and new mixed use zoning within the critical areas. Degraded site conditions must not be enshrined in perpetuity through inappropriate zoning that precludes future restoration. To protect salmon habitat, water quality, and riparian function, the standard we should be using is the latest guidance from the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife that is based on the best available science that recommends buffer widths of the site potential tree height, 100-foot minimum, or whichever is greater. It's important to note that while these buffers would prevent new development, they would not apply to existing structures already within the critical areas. The current policy language does not fix these issues. State science shows that no net loss approach. The no net loss approach has failed, and we continue to lose ground environmentally. The science emphasizes avoiding impacts to streams through proper land use planning first, rather than relying on mitigation. Instead, we should adopt the ecological improvement standard that is based on the best available science. With regards to housing, the comprehensive plan should prioritize protecting multifamily land capacity near existing infrastructure. The city should not allow single-family homes in the zones designated for multifamily and mixed-use development. The city's analysis shows that only 69 unit capacity deficit when you lump all low-income households together, but when you break it down by income band, as the state law requires, the actual deficit is likely much higher. We can't afford to waste scarce multifamily land on single-family development. The city should consider studying additional height increases in all available financial incentive programs. The proposed amendments are intended to be reasonable solutions that will protect streams and help Port Angeles families find homes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we'll go to Kelly Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Kelly Johnson. I am a city resident, but I'm here with my Port Angeles Association of PABA hat today. And we sent a letter today to everyone, and I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware of it, that this morning the Port Angeles Business Association voted unanimously to support the Port of Port Angeles in its letter that they sent you regarding the draft comprehensive plan land use element goal LU-5.11. We strongly encourage or endorse the Port's proposed revision to the policy, which would reassess the Shoreline Master Program to ensure compatibility with the protection of the industrial zone and with mixed use of the shoreline, such as recreation, restoration, and commercial development where appropriate. The modest but meaningful change will safeguard the viability of our working waterfront, protect hundreds of high-wage jobs, and strengthen the economic resilience of our community. We urge the council to adopt this revision and recognize the critical role of industrial and maritime uses in sustaining Port Angeles' future. Last week, we also sent PABA, sent you a letter, and I do appreciate 2 responses from Amy and Drew. Thank you very much for responding. So on behalf of PABA, once again, we respectfully express our opposition to the recently introduced amendments to the comprehensive plan regarding the free, prior, and informed consent and the shift from no net ecological loss to net ecological gain. These changes were added after the public process had concluded, bypassing the extensive community engagement that shaped the draft plan over the past 14 months. Such late revisions undermine the public transparency and introduce substantial uncertainty for those who rely on the comprehensive plan. As the city's and again, tonight we got handed a bunch more changes, and we don't have time to review or react to them. Implementing FPIC framework would create a dual approved system that effectively gives consent authority over Port Angeles on land use and development decisions to another sovereign government. This conflicts with the city's obligations under state law, complicates permitting timelines, and introduces delays that will negatively affect housing, infrastructure, and business investment. We urge the council to remove these last-minute changes and move forward with the comprehensive plan as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Smith-Dvorak.
Ask you to hand.
Mimi Smith or Mimi Smith-Dvorak. We have lots of names. So what I've just handed you is a copy of the WAC 365-196-600, our state's law on the comp plan updates. If you notice, it's called public participation. You're the legislative body. You're supposed to enact ordinances, policies, oversee and improve the budget, hire, fire the city manager. Most importantly, you're tasked to represent the community's needs, act as the community's voice, ensure that the city direction aligns with the residents' needs. To entertain a last-minute change as a late agenda item to the comp plan when our deadline was extended by RCW 3670A130 from June 30th, 2025 to December 31st, 2025, it's downright Machiavellian. For FIPC and net ecological gain to be added at the last minute is in violation of the spirit of the comprehensive plan laws. No one understands the implications of these nebulous, nefarious changes. To vote yes for these things will violate your ethical duty to the people of Port Angeles. The comprehensive plan is a document that's supposed to represent us as a community. State law requires continuous public participation in the development, broad dissemination, communication, and response to public comments. It's our document. It represents us as a community. At the bottom of page 4, you'll see RCW 3670A.035-2B. Any amendment to the comprehensive plan must follow the applicable procedural requirements. A city should not enter into any agreement that is a de facto amendment to the comprehensive plan accomplished without complying with the statutory public participation requirements. Examples of de facto amendments include agreements that A, obligate the city or authorize another party to act in a manner that is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. B, authorize an action the comprehensive plan prohibits. C, obligates the city to adopt a subsequent amendment to the comprehensive plan. Vote no. Stop this nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you. Next I have on the list Brad, whose first last name starts with a G, about Lighthouse. Griffith, thank you.
I brought show and tell. Can I pass this? And I'll explain.
Okay.
So I'm wearing several hats.
So, sir, I'm sorry. I need you to say your name and whether or not you're a resident, and then you need to stay by the microphone because the people online can't hear you if you don't.
Perfect.
Thank you.
I'm Brad Griffith. I'm a contractor from Squim, brought show and tell. I'm wearing several hats tonight. So we are coming to the end of our Habitat Veterans build here in Port Angeles. Thank you very much. I know we've had some bumps and bruises, but we're coming to the end, and I thank you for all that you guys have done for us. I'm also representing Lighthouse Shelters. I've been in this for 5 years. Their quick erect emergency housing shelters is the plan to build these in case of emergencies, but also to build these for our backyards, for our friend, families, and foe. If we can plant these models in our backyard, so to speak, then we can bring the burden of housing our friend, family, and foe to our neighborhoods and take care of our own families a little bit more than putting the burden on the cities and counties. What this is a cutaway of a sandwich panel, and the plastic just represents the interior of our shelter, but our interior is plywood, but this represents how the glue pattern is and what's inside the panel. And so we build them in a vacuum bag. It takes very little time. They're you and I material. You and I could get the material from the hardware store, lumberyard. You and I can carry them through the house or around the backyard to put them up. They are flat packed, come fit in a pickup truck or a van. So I could go for a long time, but I'm just going to stop now.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Danny Steiger. And I do have a couple hands online. If you are joining us virtually, this is the first public comment period, items on tonight's agenda, and please raise your hand now if you wish to speak. We're going to finish in council chambers and then go online. So Danny, go ahead when you're ready.
Right. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for having us out here tonight to be a part of this. First off, I want to thank the document that Mr. Goings handed out earlier. It looks like we are sticking with the no net gain policy, which I think is the right decision. So thank you for that, and thank you to the city staff as well. A lot to talk about this evening, but I wanted to focus on the housing side of things. I'm just going to read through this probably as fast as I can. I know there's a lot of people waiting, but I appreciate the seriousness with which the city is addressing housing affordability, housing supply, long-term economic stability. These are complex, interrelated challenges that require a thoughtful and balanced approach. I want to be clear that I support the city doing more to encourage housing opportunity for lower income housing or households and to remove barriers to greater density, particularly in appropriate urban areas. Port Angeles has fallen behind peer communities, including SQUIM, in overall housing production. If we want to attract and retain high-paying employers supporting workforce growth and strengthening our economy, we must significantly increase housing supply across a range of types and price points. At the same time, our housing strategy must be grounded in economic feasibility and in what the Growth Management Act actually requires. The GMA requires cities to plan for all housing needs across all income levels, analyze capacity, identify barriers, and pursue reasonable strategies. It does not require cities to mandate production outcomes that the private market cannot realistically deliver, nor eliminate viable housing types that contribute to economic stability. Housing affordability at 0 to 30% and 30 to 50% AMI generally cannot be produced by private developers without substantial subsidy. This is a well-documented reality reflected in the state guidance and market data. While this does not mean the city should ignore lower AMI housing, it does mean policy expectations must align with current economic conditions and available funding. Prioritizing housing categories that are not presently feasible while sidelining housing that can be built risks plans that look strong on paper but fail in implementation. Single-family housing remains an important part of Port Angeles' housing ecosystem, supporting home ownership, workplace stability, the construction trades, and the local tax base. While higher density and multifamily housing should absolutely be expanded, this should be done through additional diversification, not wholesale exclusion. A healthy housing strategy includes both. I'll skip the end here, but again, I know you're tackling a very complicated issue, and I know that we need to do more to help those in our community who need that hand up. And I just want to be very careful about, at the same time, excluding other things that continue to build our economy in a time when we need more economic activity inside of our city. So thank you all. Thank you for your hard work on all this. I know it's long.
Thank you. Timothy Dalton.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Good evening. It's nice to see you tonight. First off, Housing Solution Committee met on the 5th of December. They heard what had happened the Tuesday night before, and it brought up a lot of concerns that, like I say, we are in a housing crunch, and this is shaky economic development time. And their main concern was anything that would, kind of amplify what Kevin Russell said, anything that will add time and cost to developments, we need to be taking them real carefully as we move forward, because this is, developers, that's their bread, that's their time and costs are really what determines whether projects go forward or not. And that's kind of one of the areas that we're dealing with. I really also want to compliment staff here. I've seen a lot of comp plans development work through the course of my career. I think they've done a great job, and they need to be commended for the work bringing the community together and building this plan. I think they've done a great job with that, and those are just a couple of comments that I wanted to make tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list is James Taylor. And James is the last person I have signed up, but if you are here and wish to speak to something on tonight's agenda, I will make sure you have a chance to do that before we move online.
Hi, James Taylor, City of Port Angeles. You guys got way too much stuff on your agenda. I think you could plan a little better and maybe have another meeting tomorrow to finish this up, because I don't think you're getting done tonight. Before I get into FPIC, I noticed one thing that says on the Housing Action Plan, multifamily property tax exemption. So if you take that further, I don't know how many multifamily houses are in town, buildings, but I'm assuming this isn't just for new, this is for everybody has an apartment complex. Have you done any numbers to say how much money you're taking out of revenue? And then if I kind of understand the tax policy, property tax policy, does this shift more taxes onto people that own single family houses? I haven't seen anything that did any financial analysis about this statement. Okay, so then let's move on to the FPIC and the net gain. I'm reading what is called the WAC. Damn it, I had the three-letter acronym down, but I don't know. But this is a Washington telling you what legislatures are allowed to do and not allowed to do. This is in the state law. It says any amendment to the comprehensive plan or development regulation must follow the applicable procedural requirements. It goes on to say at the very end, because Mimi did a nice long version of it, there should be no de facto amendment to the comp plan. De facto means that the city didn't have the public review it. So the actions of November 18th were beyond what Washington law requires. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but I did send this to Bloor, ask him for clarification. Obligating the city to adopt a subsequent amendment to the comprehensive plan. So the actions of November 18th, and I hope Mr. Bloor chimes in at some point, were effectively illegal against Washington state law. Okay, so my only other request is if you have a tribal affiliation on FPIC, that you do not vote, you recuse yourself, because that is that's the right thing to do. I find this whole thing to be unethical, what happened on the 18th. And reading Washington state law, it sounds like the state of Washington agrees with me. Hey, thanks.
Thank you. John.
I see that water bottle's gone that was up here for months.
See, we're making progress.
Yeah, progress. Hi, John Ralston, City of Port Angeles resident. I want to second the thoughts of James and Kelly Johnson, Kevin Russell, and Mimi, and certainly the email that Steve Palaio put out on December 2nd. I think it's all good information. Anytime you're making these big changes, it causes confusion in the building industry. Confusion is not good. It makes people tilt in a way that you don't want them tilting. And if I remember right, new construction is something that you'd like to see, and it generates taxes and it helps out revenue streams. Let me give you a quick example of something that tilts or causes confusion. Recently, we had this sidewalk fee in lieu program. Remember it? Didn't know when it was going to come into play, and then ultimately came before you guys. And It is going to come into play April 1st. I had a piece of land for sale under contract, subject to a feasibility study, which are very common in real estate purchase and sale agreements. Person walked away from on the feasibility study because he was told by the city that he needed to have a sidewalk put in on the property. Totally incorrect. So when you make potential changes to the comp plan that can cause, and they're not understood, it's just easier to say, I'm going to go somewhere else and do my project. I don't want to deal with these problems. They're unknowns. Second item I want to talk about on the consent agenda is the item number 6, the firefighters grant application about equipment. Certainly radios are needed, but the one item I wanted to ask about or talk about was on it's called page E71, Article 11. It says communication and cooperation with the Department of Homeland Security and immigration officials are part of the contract. And you've had a lot of discussion about issues with those people in DC. So I don't know what you're going to do about this, but I think it's worthy of some discussion. Thank you.
Thank you,
happy
John.
holidays.
And I'm going to make a note to address your question on that when we get to there. Go ahead. I can see that. I was like, wait a minute.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Susie Blake, Port Angeles resident and homeowner. I'm not a business owner or a developer or a real estate person, but I wholeheartedly support the comments made by Mr. Russell, Ms. Johnson, Ms. Dvorak, Mr. Taylor, and in the letter from Mr. Palaio. I'm super excited to see so many members of the public here making comment, regardless of what their comment's about. We need more of this, so thank you for being here. I just ran in from work fast as I could, so pardon my frazzleness. I'm looking forward to the new year, and I hope in the new year with the council moving forward that we'll have no more of these last minute sneaky items and last minute late agenda items with a pre-planned march of prepared statements. So we're looking forward to some transparency and honesty in the new year. The rezone, I've talked to some people about during the process. I went to some of the meetings and made public comment at planning. I was assured that there would be language in there that would protect single family homes in the zone change area, including the one I live in, where it's being switched to medium density. I looked through there, and again, I'm not any of these experts out here, but I didn't see that protection in there. It feels like the first time something happens to a single family home in that area, they're going to get told they can't rebuild. Maybe it's in there. Maybe one of you will explain that to me later, but I didn't see it. And I think that's all I want to say for right now. I just want to support all the comments that were made about the FPIC and the net gain. And there's a lot of complications with that. I know some people here have bigger aspirations, but this is not the place or the time for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in council chambers who wishes to make a comment? Go ahead. We have one more in council chambers and then we'll go online.
Hi, my name's Kevin Casera, and I'm new to the community. I do live here in Port Angeles, and maybe I would first want to say that I'm a past stream biologist, and I've worked with some of the best stream biologists and ichthyologists and in college and with a little experience. But what I see for the council is you have a lot coming at you with NGOs and a lot of information, which you may not best understand, and maybe you're learning at our expense with that. And it's a real difficult situation that I see you're involved in here. You have the builders who really want something done and really want to help the community, and you have the environmentalists who really want to take care of the community. And if it's ever going to work, my advice would be there has to be a happy medium between man and technology. This is a suburban area where we live, and there has to be a little give and go. And the least amount of regulation and the least amount of interference from government would be best served. And I think these are some really, bright people that are here, and they can best solve it with your support. So, that's all I have to say on that matter. But one gentleman brought up the issue of, who's paying the bill here. And as an outsider, from what I can see is, a large percentage of people rent here. And of course, like me and others and everybody here, they don't pay income tax. There's a certain percentage of people who have low or don't pay property taxes, right? They have levy waivers, and that can be quite extensive. And then there's a minority percentage who pay a lot, along with the business owners. So my advice is that you have to respect those people as much as what your personal opinions and things you want to accomplish in office are. And I think those are probably really important, and those are what you got elected on. But again, going back to what's going on here, I just see it's the Clampetts and the McCoys going at it, and you guys all need to go to the sides and get it moving forward and stop the bickering. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak to something on tonight's agenda? Okay, then I will go online. So if you're online, same rule apply. Please state your name and whether or not you're a resident. And the difference is I'll make sure that we can hear you before I start your time. Let me get my timer ready. Just use my stopwatch so we don't get a loud noise. All right, so John Worthington.
John Worthington, Squim.
All right, start your timer.
I'm going to comment on the Innis Creek application. First off, I wanted to report that the U.S. Department of Commerce has accepted my grant fraud investigation on CERN and NODC. I've been given an investigation number. The crux of the investigation is taking non-race-based grants and converting them to race-based grants so that we can heal a broken relationship caused by colonization. Estuary funding has nothing to do with healing a broken relationship. So I'm glad for that. Now on to my next complaint to NOAA, my next 3 complaints to NOAA on grant fraud. The first one being out in Blinn and the fish culvert up a 15% grade.
Mr. Worthington?
Yes.
This sounds like it's not related to the city of Port Angeles.
Well, I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
Okay.
The next one is Johnson Creek. These are 3 different culvert projects that I'm alleging grant fraud on because they don't help spawning. And it's important for the city of Port Angeles, and it's important for your comp plan to use the Jimmy Come Lately science and the 3% so that we're not spending grant money for fish culverts that are at a 7% grade. Innis Creek is 7 to 8%. You wasted $187 million and you didn't provide any help at all for salmon spawning. Beneficial microbes headed up into a 9% ravine in Port Angeles is grant fraud. That has nothing to do with salmon spawning. Furthermore, it gives the illusion that now, just like the people are complaining about, you have moving goalposts where you don't have an established science, which is the Jimmy Come Lately science, which should be written into your comp plan. So you don't have these moving goalposts, and you can establish and spend your money on 3% spawning zones and get that return on a Chinook salmon. If you've got a science that works at Jimmy Come Lately, a creek that gets more salmon than your science at the Dungeness, which has 800 salmon, and as you go west into Port Angeles, it gets even worse. We can't have moving the goalposts and a dual science where we have a 3% that we know we need to have official spawning, and then spend all this money on 7, 8, 9% grades which is a total waste of time. So yes, Port Angeles, and yes, the Innis Creek project is a waste of money, and I'm reporting it to NOAA. I'd like to see you put it in their comp plan so you wouldn't have builders and planners jumping from one foot to the other. That 3% zone should probably go, I know Mr. Ralston's not going to like it, but it should probably go in Valley, and you should probably do what you did at Dean Creek and divert Tumwater over to Valley and give us one good spawning ground right there and lift the cloud off of downtown Port Angeles that you have with the tribes and the spawning and the creeks and all that. That's good advice. I hope you're listening.
All right, thank you very much. We'll go to Lauren B. I'll make sure I can hear you and then I'll start your time.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, go ahead.
Cool. My name is Lauren Beard. I am a resident of PA. I just wanted to voice my support for the addition of the FPIC language in the comprehensive plan. As a tribal citizen from a different nation, I think it's a great first step in creating equity and amplifying the voice of a sovereign nation who is constantly being othered. Let's not forget that the S'Klallam people were here long before PA was ever a twinkle in anybody's eye. I think that PA is setting a great example for other cities to follow. And I think if you have tribal affiliation, you should absolutely vote. There should always be a seat, and I think multiple seats actually reserved at the council for tribal representation, and you should always be able to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes our online folks. Last call in council chambers. Okay, then we will move on. There is a second public comment period at the end of the meeting, assuming that we're all still here. So if you're inspired by something else during the meeting or have a non-agenda item that you wanted to talk to us about, look forward to hearing from you then. We will move on to the consent agenda. Is there anything anyone would like to pull from the consent agenda? Amy?
I would like to pull I-2, the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee.
That is not on the consent agenda.
Just kidding then.
Okay. All right. Is there anything anyone would like to add to consent? Drew, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to go ahead and add I-1, the Clean Energy Implementation Plan.
Okay, anyone have any opposition to that? Okay.
And then J1, the 2026 Vision Port Angeles Tourism Destination Marketing Contract.
Okay, any opposition to that? Okay.
And then J2, the Washington State Transportation Improvement Board Grant Acceptance in Street Reconstruction Project.
Any opposition to that?
That's all I have.
All right. Anyone else?
Would now be a good time to make a comment on it.
I will read it and then we can go to comments. All right. Let's see here. I will read the consent agenda then. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm jet lagged. I'd like to request that we add J3, the extension of the criminal justice agreement.
Okay. Is there any opposition to adding J3? Okay, we'll go ahead and add that as well. All right, now I'll read it. The City Council minutes of December 2nd, 2025. Expenditure report from November 22nd, 2025 to December 5th, 2025 in the amount of $3,144,951.71. Innis Creek Fish Passage Grant Application, Resolution of Support. Clallam County Board of Health Grant Acceptance. Interagency Agreement between Washington Traffic Safety Commission and the Port Angeles Police Department. Assistance to Firefighters Grant Acceptance and Equipment Purchase. Fire Department Co-Response Innovation Grant. Northwest Safety Services LLC Service Contract SVC 2022-66. 2026 Clean Energy Implementation Plan. Do we add I2? Okay, thank you. 2026 Visit Port Angeles Tourism and Destination Marketing Contract. Washington State Transportation Improvement Board Grant Acceptance and Street Reconstruction Project TR0124, and extension of criminal justice agreement with Clallam County. Comments, questions, and or a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All right. And Amy, you have a question?
I have some comment. I wanted to make a comment on the Fire Department Co-Response Innovation Grant. I wanted to highlight that and maybe give Chief an opportunity to share should he want to. I think it's really important to note that the county is supporting this program as well, and that the city of Port Angeles is growing this program to include Clallam 2, the Lower Elwha Clallam Tribe, and I think it's District 4. I just think this is really an important thing to highlight because we had a presentation not too long ago. I think the numbers speak for themselves, but in case they don't, I wanted to see if Chief had a comment.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Miller. I guess I would share that this grant from the BH Corps, in conjunction with the Board of Behavioral Health for the county, is allowing us to continue 2 community EMTs that are pursuing their community paramedic. It's enabled us to have 2 autonomous post-overdose response units and expand the hours of service where when an overdose occurs, EMS in our area, EMS and law enforcement are always going to be dispatched through 911. We've found through best practices and through studies that EMS, like paramedics and EMTs, they do an amazing job at finding and fixing life-threatening emergencies, but we don't have necessarily the training or the experience to deal with substance use disorder or behavioral health crises. Our community paramedics are a group of individuals that have the advanced knowledge and skill and expertise in dealing with behavioral health crises and substance use disorder incidents. And the post-overdose response is now being dispatched to overdoses, and they are providing that trauma-informed care, the education, and they are the ones on scene at the point of crisis to call in our co-response partners and do a warm handoff. And what we've seen over the last year is that when community paramedics arrive on the scene of an overdose and establish a rapport and a connection with the overdose survivor, we have a greater than 70% chance of connecting that individual to medication-assisted treatment and seeing them enter into the pathway for recovery. When community paramedics do not arrive on the scene of an overdose, we have less than a 3% chance of connecting that overdose survivor to medication-assisted treatment programs.
Thank you, Chief. I think we are pretty lucky as a city to have a fire department and a police department that has stepped up to learn the behavioral health issues. And from my understanding, we also, our community paramedicine program is teaching some of those behavioral health crises response in other cities and teaching other folks how to do that. So I just think that was a really big deal and wanted to highlight that.
Thank you, Amy. Lindsay, go ahead.
Thanks. I just want to speak to the concern in the fire department radio contract. That Article 11 would require the city to disclose a bunch of information about our residents to the Department of Homeland Security, Border Patrol, and Immigration Customs Enforcement, and also concerns about the city's policies around anti-discrimination. That is in the very long contract in earlier articles. But on an initial pass, I missed Article 56, which is non-applicability of specific agreement articles. This is on page E64 or PDF page 70 of the council packet. Article 56 is non-applicability of specific amendment articles, notwithstanding their inclusion in this award package. In other words, referring to these earlier articles that John had an issue with, appropriately enough. The following agreement articles do not apply to this grant award. 1, communication cooperation with the Department of Homeland Security and immigration officials and 2, paragraph 2, sub A, sub 3 of anti-discrimination. Thanks.
Thank you, Lindsay. All right, any further comments or questions? Amy?
I also wanted to make a comment, sorry everyone, on the extension of the criminal justice agreement. I appreciate the work that has been that has gone into negotiating an extension for us there, so that we weren't looking at a great big cliff come January 1, and I think that's a smart way to go. I also would like to speak to the fact that the costs need to be fair, and that there are needs on both sides of this. And when we have some concerns I get from the public about how we are not seeing prosecution of misdemeanor crimes, how we are not seeing the jail accept folks who are charged with crime. I just want this to be part of the discussion. And I guess just throwing out there, if need be, I want our staff of negotiators to know that they are supported by our council and by our public based on the comments that I am getting. And I guess suggest that if needed in the future, perhaps we can have a joint meeting on this topic. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, anything else? Okay. So we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as read. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. All right, hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. I'm going to suggest that we take a 5-minute, yes.
I knew that was going to come up eventually at some point. Instead, I would like to make a recommendation because of the extensive agenda we have and the possibility of a short meeting, that instead of having any formalized breaks tonight, I move to suspend the rules for the duration of tonight's meeting to allow council members the ability to use the restroom without needing a designated break or making a motion of personal privilege.
Except then I can't get up to go unless I turn it over to Navarra for that period.
I would say that would be, I mean, that's what the deputy mayor's responsibility is to take over the meeting in the event the mayor is not here.
All right.
Unless no one seconds it, in which case it dies.
You got a second from Amy. Hold on, let me pull out my cheat sheet and see where that lands. Suspension of the rules.
It's not on the cheat sheet because I already checked. But it is, privileged motion is a, our point of personal privilege is a privileged motion, but suspending is not.
Raise a question of privilege. Okay. Got it. Raise a question of privilege is no second, no debatable, not amendable. I get to decide on that part. If we vote, I get to decide if we vote. But your request is to suspend the rules, that we take breaks. It's not really a rule, but suspend the practice of taking breaks and just allow people to leave as they need to. Go ahead. Let's not take too long, but go ahead.
I will just very quickly speak to it. I recognize that we all tend to need breaks. I drank half a gallon of water probably while I'm sitting up here, but we have a very full agenda and also the possibility of no power tonight. So I think instead of taking multiple 5-minute breaks throughout the night, we just allow ourselves the ability to use the restroom if necessary this evening without needing to make a separate motion to request the ability to use the restroom.
Got it. Anyone want to speak to that? I will speak to that and say, I totally appreciate where you're coming from with that. And my concern about it is then when you leave the room, you miss something and it might be something important. And that would be true for the public as well. And so I think there's an advantage of taking a break so everybody can take care of their needs and be present for all of the discussion and all of the presentations. That's my,
Mayor,
yes.
My apologies for interrupting,
Go
but I
ahead.
do want to share too, we have someone actually operating the hybrid portion of this meeting, and we need to ensure that she has a break at some point this evening.
That's true. So we have a motion, which we can vote on because it has a second. So the motion is to allow, rather than take regular breaks, allow people to get up and go during the meeting. That would be council members. The public can always do that. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion fails. So we're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll come back and start with our first presentation on the comprehensive plan periodic update. Thanks. All right, we need to get started again. We're going to try to get started again, but we're missing a council member.
Quiet down in the chamber.
We need to get started. Hey guys, we need to get started again so that we're not here all night. Right? I'm being reminded that if I had just said go ahead and leave when you need to, we wouldn't have to reconvene. But I appreciate the quick break, and we're going to go ahead and get started on the comprehensive plan discussion. So I'm going to turn it over to Calvin.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. You'll find this information starting on page G1 of your packet. The Vision 2045 Comprehensive Plan Update incorporates significant community feedback and provides a long-range framework for housing, transportation, economic development, land use, and environmental resilience over the next 20 years in Port Angeles. I'll now turn the presentation over to Courtney.
Natural Resources and Grant Administrator. Tonight's presentation is on the Vision 2045 Comprehensive Plan Periodic Update required under RCW 3670A130. Hard copies of this presentation are available on the council dais and in the lobby for the public. This presentation is about 12 minutes. If possible, I would ask that you please consider holding your questions until the end, as questions early on will likely be addressed on a later slide. Next slide, please. Because some of this may be new to participants in the audience, I will cover the basics. The comprehensive plan establishes the community's long-range vision for the next 20 years. A major update to the plan every 10 years is mandated under the Growth Management Act. The 2025 update incorporates extensive public input, technical review, and state-level policy requirements. It provides direction for housing, transportation, economic development, land use, environmental resilience, sense of place, social fabric, and neighborhood assets. Next slide, please. As part of this update, staff completed all requirements under the Growth Management Act, including land capacity, housing needs, infrastructure, equity, and environmental reviews. Together, this work ensures the comprehensive plan is legally compliant, data-driven, and aligned with community priorities. Next slide, please. The Vision 2045 update reflects 18 months of extensive public outreach. Engagement activities included 12 Planning Commission meetings, 6 Stakeholder Advisory Committee meetings, a citywide vision survey, targeted interviews, a 3-day storefront studio, a draft plan workshop and citywide public survey, presentations to community and civic groups, a SEPA environmental impact statement open house, and a city council work session. This depth of public involvement shaped every chapter of the plan. Next slide, please. The culmination of these multiple reviews and public outreach activities resulted in various major updates to the plan. These include a revised vision statement, future land use map amendments, updated guidance related to urban growth areas, integration of growth management policies into land use, and a strengthened focus on economic diversity and high-wage jobs. Next slide, please. Additional major updates include policies to improve access to community facilities, incorporation of the Clallam County Hazard Mitigation Plan, a focus on resiliency, equity, and sustainability, enhancing transportation network connectivity, and a strong focus on community partnerships. Next slide, please. The Comprehensive Plan Periodic Update was publicly noticed on September 24th, 2025, in compliance with state requirements. In addition to the Comprehensive Plan Periodic Updates, the city updated the SEPA Environmental Impact Statement to coincide with the proposed plan amendments. The draft SEPA EIS was publicly noticed on September 18th, 2025, with a comment period that ended on October 18th, 2025. The final EIS was issued on December 9th, 2025, selecting Alternative 2 as the preferred alternative. Next slide, please. During the November 18th, 2025 first reading of the ordinance, staff provided 5 recommendations for City Council's consideration, which included adding critical areas protection policies that implement the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife's best available science, and adjusting the hazard mitigation and climate resiliency element to ensure compliance with critical areas protection and reinforce implementation. Next slide, please. The plan also includes strengthened policies acknowledging the Lower Awak tribe's sovereign status, treaty rights, and co-management responsibilities, committed to consultation on land use and environmental planning affecting treaty-protected resources. It also includes more environmental values and protection of ecosystems in volumes 1 and 2, and ensures consideration of tribal collaboration in any UGA boundary changes. These recommendations were approved by council consensus and have been incorporated into the draft of the comprehensive plan. Next slide, please. Also, during the first reading of the ordinance on November 18th, 2025, Council directed 2 requests for specific changes. Staff have researched the requested changes and are recommending the following approach to address these issues. The staff provided alternatives have been included in the draft of the comprehensive plan. Next slide, please. Council request number 1 is stated, adoption of critical areas protection policies that go beyond implementing the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife best available science to include net gain of ecological functions and values of critical areas. Next slide, please. The comprehensive plan includes goals and policies to protect critical areas based on best available science. These policies have been refined to ensure continued alignment with WDFW guidance as it evolves. At this time, net ecological gain is not recognized as best available science or formally adopted under the Growth Management Act. Only a very limited number of jurisdictions have introduced similar language for very specific purposes. Maintaining policies grounded in best available science ensures regulatory predictability, legal defensibility, and consistency in permitting and shoreline updates. The staff recommended approach allows the city to continue implementing a no net loss standard based on best available science, while also supporting the pursuit of net ecological gain where feasible in critical areas and informed by future statewide science and guidance. Next slide, please. Amendments have been made to clarify that the city will strive for net gain when feasible in critical areas consistent with best available science. Policy LU 7.12 was amended to ensure the protection of critical areas within the Port Angeles urban growth area to prevent a net loss of ecological functions and values consistent with best available science. Policy C 1.3 was amended to establish standards that protect critical areas during development of properties that contain or adjoin critical areas, ensuring no net loss of functions and values, and to strive for net ecological gain when feasible using restoration and enhancement practices. Next slide, please. Policy C 1.8 was amended to implement site-specific mitigation of any adverse impacts created by development to designated critical areas, to achieve no net loss of functions and values, and to strive for net gain when feasible. And finally, Policy C 2.3 was amended to strive for net ecological gain of designated critical areas with close guidance from best available science. Next slide, please. Council request number 2 was to strengthen policies acknowledging the Lower Awak tribe's sovereign status, treaty rights, and co-management responsibilities, commit to free, prior, and informed consent, also known as FPIC, practices for land use and environmental planning affecting treaty-protected resources. Next slide, please. The city recognizes the Lower Awak tribe as a sovereign nation and remains committed to ongoing collaboration on land use planning. FPIC practices originate from the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. They are intended to ensure that tribes are informed, consulted, and voluntarily agree to actions that may affect their lands, resources, or rights before decisions are made. However, no jurisdictions in Washington state currently implement FPIC in local planning policies, and using FPIC may create unintended regulatory obligations or approval requirements not currently recognized under state law. The Washington State Department of Commerce recommends using meaningful consultation rather than FPIC in local government planning policies. Meaningful consultation emphasizes early communication, active listening, two-way dialogue, and transparency, but does not require voluntary consent before action, ensuring a collaborative, legally defensible, and workable process. This approach strengthens relationships, supports treaty-protected resources, and facilitates greater understanding and consensus building across planning activities. Next slide, please. Amendments have been made to ensure meaningful consultation practices rather than FPIC are applied in policies involving tribal relations. A new policy, LU 7.15, was added to explore additional consultative practices like meaningful consultation in close coordination with the Washington Department of Commerce and tribal representatives. A new note was added on page 20 to describe meaningful consultation, which ensures timely and open communication will occur early and often in the planning process, providing transparency and leading to consensus building. Policy C 3.3 was amended to continue meaningful consultation with the Lower Alwa-Clallam tribe on shoreline restoration, sustainable fisheries management, and cultural resource protection. Next slide, please. Policy LU 1.11 was amended to include two parts, LU 1.11A and LU 1.11B. Part A supports the Lower Alwa-Clallam tribe and Port of Port Angeles in a complete resolution of boundaries for the Twitson Village parcel, prioritizing the successful completion of the four-party agreement. Part B follows the completion of Part A to engage in meaningful consultation with the Lower Alwa-Clallam tribe to establish an appropriate land use designation for the Twitson Village parcel, ensuring consistency with the future land use map. Next slide, please. Policy LU 1.112 was added to engage in meaningful consultation with the Lower Alwa-Clallam tribe and, as appropriate, the Jamestown S'Klallam and Port Gamble S'Klallam tribes to establish appropriate land use designations for culturally significant sites and all tribally owned parcels throughout the city. Policy LU 6.3 was amended to engage in meaningful consultation with the Lower Alwa-Clallam tribe and the community to establish a vision for the future use and development of the old Rainier Mill site based on post-cleanup conditions and development capacity. Next slide, please. The final staff recommendations pertaining to Council Request Number 2 include Policy LU 7.14 was amended to engage in meaningful consultation with the Lower Alwa-Clallam tribe and the county to strengthen countywide planning policies. And Policy H 4.1 was amended to engage in meaningful consultation with the Lower Alwa-Clallam tribe and other agencies and entities to continue efforts on solving issues with the development and provision of affordable and attainable housing on the North Olympic Peninsula. Next slide, please. On December 16th, staff received comments from the Washington State Department of Commerce Growth Management Services regarding the housing and capital facilities elements. A full staff memo on these issues were provided on the council dais and in the lobby for the audience. To be clear, no new changes are being recommended in this staff memo. We are just documenting staff's response to the late comments received from Commerce and FutureWise. Staff acknowledged the request to demonstrate sufficient land capacity for emergency housing. This request reflects a documentation omission. Staff also acknowledged Commerce's request to enhance policy language addressing reassessment of the land use element in the event of funding shortfalls in the capital facilities plan. This request represents a Scribner's clarification rather than a change in policy. Also on December 16th, 2025, City Council received 2 letters from FutureWise regarding the Vision 2045 Comprehensive Plan Periodic Update, the 2025 Housing Plan Action Plan Periodic Update, and the citywide rezone. During the 60-day review period, state agencies provided a thorough review of the draft comprehensive plan and had only minor recommendations on changes to specific goals and policies. None of the recommendations being proposed by FutureWise were identified by the Department of Commerce or the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife for specific changes in goals and policies as they pertain to best available science. WDFW did not recommend adopting net ecological gain, but rather provided guidance to continue utilizing no net loss of ecological functions and values. Staff have incorporated these recommendations from both regulatory agencies into the current draft of the comprehensive plan you have before you tonight. At this time, staff is recommending that City Council, 1, conduct the second reading of the ordinance, and 2, adopt the ordinance incorporating amended policies as recommended by staff. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Courtney. I will go ahead and read the ordinance and then open it up for council discussion. An ordinance of the City of Port Angeles, Washington, adopting the 2025 periodic update of the Vision 2045 Comprehensive Plan, adopting findings, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date. All right, Lindsay, your hand is up. I'll let you go ahead.
Thanks. I just want to clarify what the staff citation is about net ecological gain apparently not being best available science. Is that in reference to the Washington State Academy of Sciences 2022 report, the report on the ecological gain that was prepared for WDFW in response to Substitute Senate Bill 5092 from 2021?
Mayor, I think Courtney Barnesworth can address that issue, or Planning Supervisor Broderick. Our understanding is the citations in the comprehensive plan and in the amendments that were offered at the November 18th meeting do track with Fish and Wildlife's best available science guidance and are appropriately drafted accordingly. And please, Ben or Courtney, if there needs to be additional clarification.
I will just restate that WDFW did review all of our goals and policies and had no further recommendations to changing the language, utilizing best available science as it currently is stated.
Thanks. I'll quote from the report. The Washington State Academy of Sciences 2022 report on net ecological gain, which was commissioned by the legislature, establishes that, quote, experts largely agree that adopting net ecological gain standards has merit and is an important step forward in advancing environmental protection in Washington State, end quote. This is not experimental science. It's going beyond the established standard. So that report specifically says, in its assessment of no net loss on pages 29 to 31, when considering whether existing ecological standards, including no net loss, have been sufficient in safeguarding ecological health and achieving endangered species recovery, the committee's consensus view is that no net loss has not been an effective approach for ecosystem or habitat management and protection, nor for the maintenance of ecosystem services. Clearly, there have been net losses of species and habitats in Washington. The committee is reasonably confident that without policy changes, these types of losses will continue and will contribute to the disappearance of distinct habitats and ecosystem types from Washington's territorial and aquatic landscapes. Application of no net loss has been unsuccessful in most instances for a variety of reasons. First, there are challenges associated with establishing appropriate baseline conditions. A second challenge of no net loss lies in uneven distribution of impact and mitigation. Often compensatory mitigation occurs off-site. It fails to provide in-kind compensation for the loss. Poor implementation of no net loss has been another common obstacle. It goes on to say the conservation benefits from the first steps, basically avoid impacts first, then minimize, are expected to be greater than those associated with the subsequent steps because uncertainty of success increases as these steps progress. I mean, in other words, under the current framework, which, this study commissioned by the State Academy of Sciences for WDFW, which I think is the study that the staff are referencing, but I don't think we have a citation available, says that no net loss doesn't work. And we know that from experience. So I don't know. I mean, just because one person reviewed it and didn't get to that doesn't mean that we just say, oh, that's good enough for us. Because, we live here because we care about the land we live on. We live here because we care about the water that we live with and the ecosystems there. So our standard should be not to continue the degradation that we've seen, in which the best available science says this isn't good enough. So I'd love to hear a citation if staff have something, but otherwise just resting on experts doesn't seem like it's sufficient.
Thank you, Lindsay. Other council members, we'll go to Amy and then John.
Thank you. I will try not to be so messy. I be totally transparent. I wanted to come and make a motion about approving what was presented to council on the 18th. But I have to also then assume that because we've had members of our council and members of FutureWise on our stakeholders team, that throughout this 18 months of work, that this topic has come up already for discussion. And since it had not come through the recommendation of that team, that's where my thoughts are right now. And also, just reading and replaying some of the meetings that I did miss. I actually think that this is a really thought out, well articulated compromise that's in the recommendations. So I would like to move to adopt the ordinance incorporating the amended policies as recommended in the memo.
I'll second.
Okay. So Amy, I'm going to call that speaking to your motion ahead of time. So we do now have a motion. And Lindsay, I see your hand. I'm going to go back around. I've noted that you are wanting to speak again. And I know you were speaking generally before. Now we have a motion, but we'll go to John.
Thank you. I do appreciate the edits to this amendment. I feel like going further would be not something that benefits anyone right now. I think if we were to go further in the future, it needs to have a public hearing, it needs to go through a process, needs to be amended and approved by there needs to be a process we go through. I think recommending no net loss at this point is probably the best because people in our community need guidance, clarity about what that is. And if we choose as a community to move forward, we need to talk about what that entails. Like, what does it mean if I'm trying to remodel my home? What does net ecological gain mean? How much more is that going to cost me? Right? Members in our community, commenters, emails, people I trust, like that's a concern to them. And I think that if we go that far, whether it's best science or not, we need to have buy-in from everyone. And right now we don't have that. In terms of the meaningful consultation, I would like in early next year, a presentation about what that is and how we're working with the tribe to define what that means. I'm all about, what's the word I'm looking for? I like to be proactive with any government entity when our processes, when our needs are cross, whether it's the tribe, the port, anybody. We need to be proactive and engage early about how we can partner to see our community, our economy grow. But that needs to be a process that we go through. So I agree with Councilmember Miller. The compromises are good, but anything going further, I would not approve of unless there's a transparent public process with plenty of public hearing, comment, and input. So that's my thoughts on this.
Thank you, John. We'll go to Drew and then Latricia.
I've got a few different comments and I'm also going to bounce back and forth between written things that I've already written down and also just shooting from the hip. First off, I don't like large changes added at the last minute. I do feel like 2 meetings before the last and something as potentially different as FPIC and net ecological gain are both fairly substantial topics that did not come up during the stakeholder meetings that I'm aware of that both Lindsay and Latricia was the third council member on the comprehensive plan stakeholder advisory committee, and I don't remember them coming up. So from the basis of just that, I can't support those 2 policies at this time. Likewise, FutureWise may have presented us some very good, useful information and suggestions that came in at about 12:30 this afternoon. I'm sorry, no, I can't support anything in there. I'll happily look at it for a potential 2026 amendment process because we do have the ability to amend the comprehensive plan. But when I'm already bristling at the idea of discussing something from last month as being too late, I'm not going to put any meaningful thought into something that was presented essentially 7 hours ago. With that, I do appreciate the staff's changes. I do want to make a couple of specific comments, not explicit, despite the fact that this is actually about language. So the city has decided to include the phrase meaningful consultation. And I think that's important. Here's why. So the language here isn't about preference. It's about roles. The tribes are sovereign governments. The city has a government-to-government duty to consult with them, and the state uses meaningful consultation when speaking specifically with tribes. And here's the other key part. The Growth Management Act, GMA, requires meaningful consultation with any federally recognized Indian tribe that may be potentially affected by proposed revisions. What that means is whether we have the word meaningful consultation in there or not, we're already governed by GMA to have meaningful consultation. So whether or not we include it in the comprehensive plan is frankly irrelevant. It's been a long day, just bear with me with my pronunciations. Because we're already required to by state law. Likewise, we are also still required for public participation and the state broadly encourages involvement from citizens, interest groups, which in this case was our stakeholders group, stakeholders. However, the state doesn't use the phrase meaningful consultation when referring to the general public or expert involvement in the same legal ways as tribal consultation. So I do think it's important to recognize that meaningful consultation in this context actually has a legal use to it and is not a way to detract from the input and conversations that we have with other citizens, other stakeholders. So I do feel like that was something specific to point out. I'm sure I have about another half dozen comments, but I will finish for right now.
Okay. I think we'll go to Latricia.
Can I just jump in with a point of clarification? What is the motion before us right now?
The motion before us is to adopt the ordinance incorporating amended policies as recommended in the memorandum before us. So consistent with the presentation. That consistent with the presentation language is not in the motion, to be clear. Go ahead, Latricia.
Thank you. I just want to say the Clalams have lived on the Olympic Peninsula since time immemorial. And the city of Port Angeles has advocated, we've advocated as a city and council. It's in our 2-year plans, it's in our strategic plans. We talk about it a lot, about developing strong relationships. And it is time for the city and the Clallam tribal governments to strengthen their legal frameworks, meaningful engagement, and equitable partnerships, ensuring that both rights, I am kind of nervous and looking at small print here, ensuring that their rights and responsibilities, that we develop something that ensures both their rights and we protect them, and that we ensure responsible development also. And I think that we can do this by developing a policy that is a strong government-to-government relationship with our tribal governments. They're not stakeholders. They're not a committee. They're not your local business members. This is an entity that is a government. Just as we respect government with Clallam County, with the port, with local entities, with the city of Sequim, the city of Forks, our Clallam tribal entities that are around us, they are governments. I said entities, but they are governments. And that's how we need to treat them. That's how now we need to manage our relationship with them. We don't go to the city of Sequim and say, hey, let's just sign a contract so you and I can be good partners, but we can ignore you. You have not been on the other end of the line when it comes to meaningful consultation. Meaningful consultation with entities. They'll say, oh, we sent them an email. Well, what email address did you send it to? Well, I don't know. It just says info. So we sent it to info at whatever. Oh, we sent a fax. Did you not get our fax that we got? Oh, well, that was meaningful consultation. You guys just didn't respond to us. I'm sorry, that is not meaningful consultation. And I sat at that end of the table, especially when Chuwitzen was around. That was what we got from the state of Washington. And that really irritated me. I responded to them. I was part of that group responding to the state of Washington. And was that meaningful consultation? No. They dug up over 300 human remains. So don't sit here and tell me that the words meaningful consultation really means something to you, because it does not mean anything to when you're talking about different jurisdictions and government entities out there. And what we need to do today is we need to codify that process in our policies, and we need to be leaders here and respectful of our neighboring neighbors' governments and respect them. And what they have done for this community is immense. Just my experience, I track grants that we utilize there at Jamestown as a restoration planner to restore habitat in Clallam County, also lately in Jefferson County. We have gone after, as a tribal government, just what I've tracked, over $30 million to make our community, Clallam County and parts of Jefferson County, beautiful and protect the habitat. This is what our tribal governments that you're saying, let's just have meaningful consultation without codifying it, without protecting it. And when the winds shift, and when you get a different council up here that does not have a friendly relationship towards tribes, or they're biased and racist toward tribes, and the wind shift, nothing's going to get done. They're going to get dropped, because I've been there too, and that has happened with the shifting winds, working with city council, and we didn't get anywhere. So I am proposing that we strike, I'm making an amendment to the motion.
Move to amend.
I move to amend. Thank you. Let me find it. I move to amend the motion to strike the language in the new policy LU 7.15. Strike that policy and replace it with the following. Coordinate with the Clallam tribal governments as willing to develop a formal governing policy that facilitates codification of the Port Angeles Municipal Code, protecting and recognizing tribal self-governance and Clallam ability to protect treaty resources reserved in the 1855 Point-No-Point Treaty, which is the law of the land. The policy will be jointly developed with Clallam tribal governments and the city of Port Angeles, and to be brought back to the city council and to be completed before 2027.
Second.
Okay, so you spoke to your motion. I had a question while you were, can you email that to me, please, so I can repeat it? Because I need to repeat it in order for us to
It's going to come from my Hotmail address.
Okay, hopefully it'll come through. All right, so you kind of spoke to your motion in making it, and Navarra, do you want to speak to your second?
Yes, I think Latricia said a number of the things that I've been thinking about through this process. And I think we are stewards of this land and this community. We sit in a place of immense privilege. And it's one that we do jointly with our tribal partners. And I think, as Councilmember Suggs stated, the truth is that the city council, the seats where we sit today, have not only not been partners to, but have been openly hostile towards our Native partners. And I think that's a place of what I consider to be immense shame, and something that we have to do consistent and continual work to show up and show our tribal partners and our government to government partners that we are making active efforts every day. I think that our council and our city staff are doing that and are currently undergoing those efforts and taking strong steps to consistently build our partnerships as government to government bodies. And I'm really proud of the work that our staff have done in particular to further those goals and to help build those relationships And I think without both council and staff doing that work together, that we would be in a less strong position than we are now. I think with that, it's important to acknowledge that, right, it hasn't just been council in the past that have participated in, I would say, openly hostile and racist actions. It's been many other people in the past throughout the city. And it's, again, things we, I think, have to work to overcome and to fight back against. And I think just because our council and our staff have taken one approach today, that does not mean that a future council or future staff will be making those same choices. And I think the reason why we pass policies isn't because everything is going well now. It's to plan for the future. That's what our comprehensive plan is a policy document that plans for the future. Long after any of us, when we've all termed out, this plan is still going to be around. It is going to be something that future councils are working towards. I mean, we have future council members in the audience today who are going to be working on this plan and can't vote for it, right? So I think that it's important to not just mention that we want to have meaningful consultation, because I think that in many ways, our current council and current staff are engaging in those same steps that I think we would probably all would consider to be meaningful consultation. But I think what Councilmember Suggs's motion gets us to is actually a process by which, and I think other council members spoke to this, a process by which we will actually develop what that is, and it will be brought back to us at a different time. So I don't see Councilmember Suggs's proposal as being in opposition to Councilmember Miller's initial motion. I think it provides the framework for the actual process around what does meaningful consultation actually look like in practice, not just what each of us thinks it might mean, because I imagine that we all have a different idea about what meaningful consultation is at this moment. But that way we are actually engaged in a meaningful consultation to actually develop that project and that policy with our tribal partners. And I think it's that idea that, you know, we all need people to have a seat at the table, particularly when we're making governing policies that affect those communities. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have an amendment that we're speaking to now, so I'm going to go. My list is on pause. We're circling around for this amendment.
Mayor, can you also email it was a very long motion. Do you have the ability to email it to?
I don't think I can because of, I mean, it is in this meeting, but I will read it again.
Okay.
Do you want me to read it again right now?
Yes, and then whenever it is my turn, I also would like a turn.
Yes. Okay, we'll go to Lindsay as soon as I read the motion. The motion is... Go ahead,
Sorry,
Lindsay.
I was just going to say, I guess, a point of clarification. This is a motion that was made during the council meeting. Yes, we are taking action. We're also here at a meeting. That is the motion. I don't see how OPMA prohibits you from sharing that with the rest of the council, given that it is exactly the motion that we're voting on. I mean, we should be able to be very clear in our deliberative process and know exactly what we're voting on. And state law should facilitate that, not hold us back from that. I, of course, am not the city's attorney, but that's my opinion.
I will send it. It's council@cityofpa.us. Since it's true, there's nothing in it that wasn't already said in the meeting, so hold on. In the meantime, give me just a second. Sorry, my email's being weird. Okay, so the motion is amend the main motion to strike the language in the new policy LU 7.15 and which is explore additional consultative practices. amend to strike the language and create a new policy. Sorry, hold on. Just sent the email to myself. So strike the language that's there, which I don't think I need to read because we all have it in front of it, and replace it with the following. Reach out and coordinate with Clallam tribal governments as willing to develop a formal governing policy that facilitates codification of the PAMC, protecting and recognizing tribal self-governance and Clallam's ability to protect treaty resources reserved in the 1855 Point Treaty, which is the law of the land. The policy will be jointly developed with Clallam tribal governments and the city of Port Angeles to be brought back to the city council to be completed before 2027. That's the current amendment that we are considering. So Drew, go ahead.
Yeah, so we don't need this specific thing at this time, at this location. And here's my reasoning for that. We have heard how this should be codified. I don't know where I sit on that because I like more than 2 minutes to process things internally. However, the comprehensive plan is not where we codify things. It is a guiding document. If we want to have a conversation, should meaningful consultation be used, and then council has a conversation to direct staff to start setting this up for us, I will entertain that sort of conversation. But especially because this has the phrase to be completed before 2027. That is a code and that is a direction to staff. That is not a guiding principle. It does not belong in the comprehensive plan at this time. So while I'm perfectly okay having a conversation related to this amendment as a topic, I don't think it's appropriate to add it to the comprehensive plan.
Thank you, Drew. We'll go to Lindsay and then other council members. And yeah, go ahead, Lindsay.
Yeah, I mean, I realize it's been something like 21 years since the height of the crisis Port Angeles went through with its past, with its legacy as a settler colonial city, with what happened at Chiwitzin. And as Councilmember Suggs described, Clallam members and archaeologists were pulling hundreds of human bodies out of the ground, ancestral remains. And the city didn't help find another place to put people to continue to facilitate that construction. The proper thing would have been to put the bodies back where they were found, but the city didn't even help reinter people. In fact, the city council at the time, I went to a union meeting at the hall next to the post office, and there were 3 council members up front. And they were like, we have a 4th member in the back, but they're not up here because we don't want to violate the Open Public Meetings Act. But there were 4 of them there. And the city said, we're never going to work with the tribe again. A city council member called Chiwitzin the 3 Mile Island of waterfront development. At Chiwitzin, people weren't just uncovering human remains underneath lead pipe or steel pipe, which indicates that the pipe was there in the ground as backfill. The human remains were over the pipe, right? That basically human remains were in the backfill, ancestral remains were in the backfill, but PVC pipe as well. So this was recent history. There are people alive today who are alive during this, not just Chiwitzin being dug up in 2003 to 2005, but ongoing desecration of Clallam ancestral remains on our waterfront. That was a reckoning for the city. I think that was a real turning point for the city. Certainly for me, that was a moment when I saw the importance of the direction that a city goes in being based on the leadership from its council. So we're here now discussing the 20-year vision for the city of Port Angeles. And for the last 8 years, I feel like I've been held back by the vision of the past. That our comp plan was literally saying our vision for the future, we want to just stay like we were. And, Port Angeles has long had a slogan, great view, no vision. And it's time that we get rid of that slogan. And we shouldn't be writing the comp plan for, what people who don't want to change want to see. we need to be writing a comp plan for the Port Angeles that is for future generations, that is for our children and our children's children. It should be a comp plan that reaches forward in time and doesn't just hold us back. And, people have said that free, prior, and informed consent comes from international law. Certainly there's a lot of development there, but that's not the only place it lives. Our state attorney general's office has a tribal consent and consultation policy that specifically talks about when the state attorney general's office will use free, prior, and informed consent. That's our state attorney general's office. So it's really disappointing to see the advice that we got as a council being that, free, prior, and informed consent would be illegal. I think if it was good enough for the attorney general's office or state law office, it probably was checked. And I don't know why we're jumping to conclusions that we can't have a vision of what this should be going forward. My first year on council, we went down to a meeting with tribal council members. And I remember one of the council members joking like, hey, it's good that you came down to the tribal center. We know a thing or two about governing in this place. We've been doing it for thousands of years. I remember talking to Jamie Valdez, who used to teach clown language at the high school, and she said, Port Angeles is a young city, young community. It's only been here 150 years or so. We have a lot to learn about how to live in this place, and it's important that we learn how to do it in full cooperation, in full consultation. And I would like to see consent. I realize that's not in the language here, but that is what we should be doing for the right approach going into the future. So short of that, I think Councilmember Sugg's motion is fantastic and helps to move us forward and not keep us as a stick in the mud city that shouldn't be in the history books for things like Chiwitzin going into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Amy, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Thank you. First, I want to take a moment to really acknowledge and thank Councilmember Suggs for the reminder and for being vulnerable and bringing, I think, more awareness, at least on my behalf, on how meaningful consultation can be perceived from the other side of that. So I just want to thank you for that. I also feel the need to also acknowledge that I don't think what I'm hearing council say so far is that I don't feel like we are pushing against the ideas or the concept of this current motion. I think originally for me, it was more about the process of how we got here and the timing of such. So I just want to say that I also had some thoughts similar to Drew about if this was the right document to have this information in. But I also want to hear the motion one more time and maybe throw out there or ask about if the amendment, if people were maybe willing to support the amendment if we removed the due date.
I will read it. I can read it out loud again. Yes, except that I haven't spoken at all yet, so I'd love a chance to do that. But if you want to answer Amy's question about, I'm assuming it's about the due date, I'll let you do that, and then I'll read the motion again, and then I'll speak.
The due date I put in there, otherwise we could have said timely, but again, that's a vague word, what timely is. And if you've seen also the other actions that we put in there where we talk about meaningful consultation on existing projects, the wastewater project, I think we need to expect or have that developed and or give guidance to our staff to bring it back. I mean, we're not developing the policy here, but we're guiding staff to go do that. But it's timely because we have all these other things that are going on. And for it to actually take practice for this comp plan, which next 20 years and every 10 years, I think it's a priority to have that done soon. And I think a year is a good time frame. They could easily come back and say, we are negotiating or we are talking with the tribes, but we need another 6 months. I mean, they could do that, but I would like to see it be done within a year, that they come back to us within a year.
Thank you. And I know you're going to speak, Mayor. I just also wanted to suggest we give staff an opportunity to give some input on this.
Okay. I'm going to go and then I can check in with staff. So I appreciate certainly the history and recognize that we are in a different place today than we were in the past, and we could end up there again, which I think is not, based on how we're currently operating, a direction that this council would like to go. I am also of the mind that this motion, to me, this amendment would make more sense to me as a separate motion to develop that and then use the language that comes from that in an amendment to the comp plan, potentially, rather than making an amendment to the comp plan with this language. So because I know we're going to go around again, and I may not get to speak again for a little bit, I'm just going to say that I plan to support the main motion. I don't support the amendment, but I support the concept. And I think making sure that we're also consulting with the tribe before we put that language in. I don't think there's anything about your motion that would be offensive to them in any way, or either tribe, as you mentioned, both Jamestown and Lower Elwha. But I'm comfortable leaving. I would like to leave my choice would be to leave the comp plan as it is and deal with what you're suggesting as a separate motion to have an ordinance developed about how we do that. So that's where I stand on this particular issue, and I will go. Has everyone looked at the motion? Do I need to read it again? Okay. Anyone else? I see Lindsay, you have your hand up again. Is there anyone else John, do you want to chime in? You don't have to. I'm just asking if you want to before I go to Lindsay.
Sure. I think it is important to have something for our future that dictates how and when and why we will have, partnerships or, any kind of communication about important topics, issues with the tribe. I think that's important. In terms of the comp plan, I'm just going to say any amendment to like that, I think needs to go through a process and be approved. And I also want the tribe to have the ability to help work with our staff to create some sort of, ordinance or MOU, whatever it comes in that really creates a framework we can all agree on that's unique to us. I think, I also think for years, how the meaningful consultation in law may see it one way, but that's definitely not how tribal leaders and community members that live in here really feel about that. So we need to really take into consideration what that means from both ends. And that's why, like I said before, I love to hear from staff what that is and develop a concept with the tribe about what we all see as that moving forward before we adopt or talk about anything. But I'm going to agree with Mayor Dexter. I think we need to consider this early in the year and talk about this separately, because I think it requires more than just this in the comp plan. But because amendments are a big deal and that needs to go through a full public process. But working with the tribe to create an ordinance or a memorandum of understanding or codify a working relationship of how we deal with issues around tribal rights, cultural, preservation is important. And I think that's better placed in a separate conversation where we develop it together meaningfully with the tribe, not just, so yeah, I'm going to say, like, I agree with Mayor Dexter. I want this to be a conversation we have later. I don't think we want to amend, this is a big amendment, and I just want to be consistent with my position on amendments to the comp plan and the process I think needs to go through. But we definitely do need to explore and talk about and do something to make sure our relationship with our Scotland partners are something that future councils and us work on and pursue. So that's kind of my thoughts. Thanks for offering me the opportunity to speak about it.
Sure. I will go back to Lindsay, but I want to jump to staff really quickly if you want to chime in. Do you want me to go to Lindsay first?
Mayor, I'm happy to wait and hear what Councilmember Shulman Warren has to say.
All right. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Yeah, it's great to hear that other council members agree that we should reach out and coordinate with Column tribal governments that are willing to work with us to develop a formal governing policy that facilitate codification of the Port Angeles Municipal Code that protects and recognizes tribal self-governance and Column's ability to protect treaty resources. That is, and to do that as a policy that will be jointly developed with Column tribal governance and the city of Port Angeles, and to bring that back for formal adoption to the city council. I am hearing council members say yes to what I just read, and what I just read is the amendment before us. And it specifically strikes the proposal that said just explore additional consultative best practices similar to meaningful consultation in close coordination with the Washington State Department of Commerce and tribal representatives. That proposed to be struck section is, in the right direction, but not as strong and not as meaningful and not as concrete in terms of who we're working with and why we're working together and the timeline on which we're working as the proposed amendment. So I hear people say, well, we haven't had enough public comment. I would say we've had more public comment on this particular issue than probably any other issue in the comprehensive plan update that we're considering today. So we absolutely have had public comment. We are not moving forward with free, prior, and informed consent. And that I think is in large part based on the public comment. However, we absolutely should move forward with this amendment. So I hope that the council will support it unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. We'll go to staff.
So Mayor and Council, great discussion so far. I really appreciate the strong input from council members on this issue, as I certainly was here back in 2005 to witness some of the very concerning treatment that we saw of local tribes at that time. And we have to think about the future and ensure that that changes moving forward. I think it's extremely important that whatever approach we take, we need to be respectful of our local tribes, ensuring that we take the time to have those discussions on their timeline, making sure that collectively, and I have confidence that with our local tribes and especially Lower Awa, that we can innovate a policy that works for all of us in a really positive way to implement both of the policies that council has been discussing this evening, both what is currently in the draft staff recommendation version, as well as what has been incorporated in the amendment. My suggestion, council, would be that you do both this evening, that you go ahead and implement the policy as recommended by staff, but take it further, do an additional motion this evening that actually moves forward and implements that policy. So if you adopt the comprehensive plan with that policy, it's a directive to move us forward to meaningful consultation. You can complement that with some action that pushes staff in the direction of getting that started. I certainly am a little bit concerned about time frame. We have a lot going on, but that said, this is important. It needs to happen, and we will implement that. But I think it's important we be respectful of the local tribes, ensuring we're doing it on their time frame without setting a deadline in that policy.
All right. Lindsay, go ahead.
Yeah, I move to amend the amendment to re-include the struck language and change the proposed replacement language to a new policy or action.
Can I propose we just vote on that and then you make a new motion? And vote on the, oh, well, actually, is there a second? You made a motion. Stop.
I'll second it so we can talk about it.
Okay. My procedural suggestion is that we just vote the amendment down and then make a new motion adopting your recommendation, potentially with Nathan's suggestion of the timeline that works for the tribes. But that's just my feeling about this proposed amendment. Okay. Can you restate your motion one more time?
Yes, the motion is that instead of the amendment being a strike and replace, it is keep the language of the new policy LU 715, which says explore additional consultative best practices similar to meaningful consultation in close coordination with the Washington State Department of Commerce and tribal representatives, and add, instead of strike and replace, the language, quote, reach out and coordinate with Clallam tribal governance as willing to develop a formal governing policy that facilitates codification of the Port Angeles Municipal Code, protecting and recognizing tribal self-governance and Clallam's ability to protect treaty resources reserved in the 1855.0 treaty, which is the law of the land. The policy will be jointly developed with Clallam tribal governments and the city of Port Angeles, and to be brought back to City Council to be completed before 2027.
Okay, that's all it, so what you're proposing is an amendment to the amendment, which is just putting the current language back in, but adding it, okay? I don't think like we need to talk about that. All those in favor of the motion to amend, which would be, we have to vote on the amendment to the amendment before we can vote on the amendment. The motion to amend the amendment would be to unstrike the language explore that is currently proposed and add the new language. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. Okay, the ayes have it. So I probably should have made this clear. So for those who didn't want that language in the comprehensive plan, we now have an amended main motion. We have an amendment to the amendment. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, so we have an amendment to the amendment. The amendment now is to keep the language. The amendment has been amended and is now keeping the language that was originally struck, which is the current language, and add the language that was proposed in the amendment. That is the amended amendment. So if the motion passes, the comprehensive plan will say LU-7.15, explore additional consultative best practices similar to meaningful consultation, as is currently written on page G4 of your packet, and the proposed language from Councilmember Suggs. That is the proposed amendment to the main motion that we currently have ahead of us, in front of us. So all those in favor of the amendment to the main motion, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no and raise your hand.
No.
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 Okay, the amendment fails. So we have a main motion, which is, Lindsay, go ahead.
Yeah, I move to amend the comprehensive plan by adding a new policy, which would be in the land use housing section, to the housing element. And that would be LU-H- to be determined section. Land capacity must be assigned to income levels based on local market affordability data. When capacity is insufficient for any income segment, the city must evaluate and implement appropriate responses, including affordable housing incentives, mandatory affordability requirements, or partnerships with nonprofit developers.
Second.
Can you email that to me, please?
Yeah, let me speak to it first, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So this is basically going to the way that we are required by law to analyze our housing available at different income levels. And our current analysis is basically aggregating the 0 to 80% area median income bands, and then assuming that apartments, that ADUs will all fall into that 0 to 80% AMI. When our analysis says that those units actually fall into a 70 to 85% AMI range. And so people who are less than 70% area median income are not being served significantly by our multi-use unit housing and our infill housing like accessory dwelling units or backyard cottages. So we're probably missing people who are in the 0 to 50% area median income band, maybe by 1,000 units or so. We absolutely need more housing for people who are being pushed out of housing affordability by higher housing prices. And the people who are the first ones to move into our cars or the street or a neighbor's backyard are people who can't afford anything. And if we're saying, hey, look, we've got plenty of low-cost housing or inexpensive housing, but we're miscalculating it, we're going to continue to see problems in our community of people being unable to afford rent and ending up having to live in the street. So if we're doing bad math with a bad model, we need to fix it. So what this motion does is it requires the city to use the income levels based on local market affordability data, and that when our capacity is insufficient for any income segment, that we have to evaluate that and implement appropriate responses that address it, including affordable housing incentives, mandatory affordability requirements, or partnerships with nonprofit developers. And I will send that now.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to this amendment? Proposed amendment. Drew, go ahead.
I am waiting for the email to come through so I can read it, but hopefully I don't turn into a broken record. It is 8:15, and we have another must statement trying to be added to the comprehensive plan. First off, must statements in the comprehensive plan are a bad idea in general, in my opinion, because it's an aspirational document. It is a guiding document. Once you put must, it is now code, and that's not what the comprehensive plan is supposed to be used for. But aside from that, how am I supposed to think through and come up whether or not that is a good idea in the next 5 minutes? So I, like usual, am more than happy to discuss that because I don't know if that's a good idea. But at this stage, it's kind of late.
Thank you, Drew. Others wish to speak to the proposed amendment? Okay, I will read it again since no one wishes to speak to it. Hold on. I will just speak to it briefly and say, well, conceptually, I agree it's probably the right direction. I also feel like, I know we don't have as much time to touch this document, but I'm not inclined to make changes that, we do have an amendment process. These are proposed changes, and I know we're using the same language, amend, but when I'm talking about amendment, I mean the formal amendment process. And I think some of these things could be included at that time when we all have more time to assess them. And I realize time is of the essence when it comes to housing. So I don't mean to be obstructionist, but I don't feel like the comprehensive plan is the place to put it at this time after this long process. So, but I will read it. I move to, so we have a proposed amendment to the main motion to add new policy LU-8-X.X to the housing element. LUH, I don't need to read that part again. Land capacity must be assigned to income levels based on local market affordability data. When capacity is insufficient for any income segment, the city must evaluate and implement appropriate responses, including affordable housing incentives, mandatory affordability requirements, and partnerships with nonprofit developers. All those in favor of the proposed amendment, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Oh.
Okay. Carrie, I'm not writing this down. My apologies. Okay, so we still have the main motion before us, and a suggestion from staff to potentially make a motion as a separate item for Latricia's suggestion. Oh, Lindsay, go ahead.
Yeah, so let's keep addressing some of these issues. And I see that a number of council members think that this project is done. Respectfully, this is the only time that we as a council have dealt with a comprehensive plan. And we will be living with the legacy of errors in the comprehensive plan for at least a year, if not 10 years, until we get to this point again. I think that our experience on council has been that the comprehensive plan that we had in the past made for things to be confusing. We had to deal with various crises that cropped up. And now is the time for us to address problems with the comprehensive plan draft that is before us today. So an example of a problem is that the future land use map shows streams which are critical areas, which have riparian buffers around them, or should have riparian buffers around them, overlapping with high density or like high impact zoning, like industrial zoning. We are not showing in that future land use map that the areas next to the stream are not available for development. So the problem then presents itself if somebody says, well, look, hey, the zoning on my parcel says I can do this right up next to the stream. We're going to then present to them contradictory city policy that says, no, you can't do that. You can't develop right next to the stream. Look, we have an environmentally sensitive area ordinance. We have, critical buffers, et cetera, and we're going to present to people inconsistent policy. That then raises a question of which policy from the city controls. We've been in a process with our municipal code for probably 6 years, saying that we're going to clean it up and remove inconsistencies. Our municipal code was presented to us in executive session because it's currently so bad that we can't share it with the public in terms of the critique of what needs to be changed. And we're just repeating that if we fail to fix these things now. So I understand what appears to be the majority of the council's willingness to just vote on good enough. But when we see blatant problems with the code before us, we will be blamed when it creates a problem in the future. And when we can see that there's going to be a problem in the future, such as the bad math that we just approved, or the map that says that we can do high impact development right up next to streams, we have an obligation, we have a duty to the people of Port Angeles to not pass law that contradicts with our other laws. So with that in mind, I move to remove industrial zoning from critical areas on the future land use map and adjust land capacity analyses accordingly.
Second.
All right, I will open it up for discussion, but I also want to note that, Lindsay, this is not like we had a work session on this and it came to council previously. And so now we are in the final hours. It's 8:20, and we could have talked about this in November, and we could have talked about it at the work session. So I take issue with your characterization that this is the only time we have had to address this. I'm not going to argue with you about your opinion that these things are wrong and should be fixed, but this is, I think it's important to note that this is not the first time it's been in front of us. That said, would anyone like to speak to the motion? Navarro, go ahead.
As a council member who wasn't involved in the subcommittee meetings, I attended some of the public processes that occurred over the past few years, ones that were open to any member of the public, and that, we were encouraged to attend as council members. But the reality is that the reason that this is a public process is because it's very difficult for, council members individually to go through such a long and comprehensive document and find all of the errors that exist. And they're errors because people are human and they're doing the best work that they can. I mean, I think, like, I truly believe staff have done an incredible job on this. And I think that one work session and one council meeting just simply isn't enough to talk about this in the way that our council really needs to. And I think that that is something that Council Member Sherman Warren brought up at that first meeting, which is why one of the reasons why we had a work session on it. And clearly that there were a number of issues that still weren't worked out at that time. And I think that what this tells me is that the council process in the future needs to be longer, that this was not a sufficient time frame for this to come to council, and it should have come earlier. And that's something that we run into time and time again with our planning documents, is that it goes through the public process, it goes through planning commission or another board, and that some members of council get to be a part of that and the majority don't. So that then when it comes to us, or when those, when those initial ideas don't come to fruition through the process, when it does come time for us, the regulatory body, the legislative body, to actually make policy, which is our job, and determine whether or not our laws are consistent, whether or not we're making good policy decisions, we get to make that decision at the end of the day, regardless of whether or not it is the last meeting in December or not. And I think what we're coming up against, again, is the fact that this is the last meeting in December and we have to pass something. And I think that that document should be good. I think it should, as Lindsay is saying, with this fix, it should solve the issues that relate to the code. And I think in the staff memo, it to me falls a little, this item in particular falls a little flat, because it talks about additional, ordinances that'll be updated at some point in the future. But again, in that time between now and then, there's going to be a substantial issue. And as members of the public spoke to tonight, having inconsistencies in our regulatory process causes challenges for developers. Having that change in code, I think we heard at least 3 public comments tonight about how inconsistencies in our code or confusion in our code leads to bad development, leads to people leaving because they don't know what the hell is going on. And I think this is a very clear and obvious instance of that exact thing happening. And that we've had, I think, many people who are taking, listening to public comment, taking that into consideration on what they're passing tonight. And I think it's like incumbent on us as the legislative body to ensure that the policies and the laws that we're passing and creating for the city of Port Angeles are ones that fit together and don't create more confusion and inconsistency.
Thank you, Navarra. Latricia and then Drew.
I do want to point out that we have the streams in the city of Port Angeles, and these are our critical areas in our land use map. And as pushed by our staff, Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife best management practices. Well, guess what? They're coming out with best management practices for site potential tree height. They're going to look at the trees, the trees. Trees are 100, 150 feet tall. And however tall that the trees are, is going to be your buffer zone. So these are our best management practices that will be pushed by staff through Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. And based on those, there should be no development in those areas on streams. I'm going to point out Valley Creek. I grew up on Valley Creek. I played on Valley Creek. I walked in the stream and stomped across the stream as a child in the summertime. I ran into the creek on sleds in the wintertime. It was a heaven playground. I just loved it. It was like utopia for me. But down in Valley Creek, what does the city have down there? We have a power station down there in critical areas. Oh, and guess what's happening throughout Washington State? And tonight, as I was driving here, it's freaking pouring down rain. We have high flows in our streams. And so Lindsay's pointing out we should not be developing And as a city, it is our responsibility to state and direct and guide through our guiding documents, which the comp plan is a guiding document. And this is where we as the legislative branch get to be able to say, these are what we want to see. These are our guiding policies, and this is what we want to work for in the next 20 years. And here he's clearly saying that we shouldn't have industrial zoning in critical areas because, I mean, I would prefer to have the power station on Valley Creek relocated. It's just not a good place. It doesn't provide for stability, for safety. There's erosion. There's a lot of things happening down there. So that power station should move. So we should not be developing in and putting industrial zoning in critical areas. And again, we need to have good policy. The comp plan is our guiding document. That's exactly what it is. And we're trying to guide our staff to down the road form and create policies based on our guidance. And I think this is very reasonable, and to also have clear boundaries. And, you know, I mean, I guess we can be prepared to be sued for inconsistencies or continue to have members come in and whip us over the head because we have inconsistent policies. And it doesn't make sense to have industrial zoning in critical areas.
Drew, go ahead.
Okay, so I got, I think, about 3 different points to make, and none of them have anything to do with the validity of the actual motion. Again, I'm all for let's have conversations about policies, procedures, codes, etc., but with due process. So with that, my first concern is, frankly, I'm just going to say I'm kind of offended. 3 of us council members were selected in June of 2024 to be the city council representatives for the stakeholder advisory committee for the comprehensive plan process, which means not only were we invited, but I assume expected to show up to all the stakeholder meetings, which would have been the opportunity for the 3 of us to comment on the comprehensive plan. In addition to, just as a council member, we have the ability to make comments at staff at any given time, but specifically, we were chosen by council. Now, I do agree, and I think we need to revise how late in the game, per se, council actually gets the first version of a draft. I do agree that a single 2-hour work session is not sufficient to go into any sort of depth with material. But in this particular case, the idea that none of us have touched it and this was the only opportunity is just patently wrong. It's false. That's not true, period. Let me look at my other notes. So yeah, again, this is another case of I would love to have this conversation, but not on the night that we need to vote for it. Here's the thing. The comprehensive plan is not code. If we were to vote on and put in the comprehensive plan that all houses have to be pink, we could, strictly speaking, legally do that. But that does not actually create any sort of code. It's not enforceable until we make a city ordinance or code to actually do that. The comprehensive plan is for us to be able to kind of set expectations for ourselves and future city councils in the direction the city wants to go. So whatever changes that we make in the comprehensive plan, it does not actually set city code directly. What that means in this instance is there probably is some contradiction somewhere in there. It's a very long document, but that doesn't create conflicting code because the comprehensive plan is not a legally binding document. It is, again, the aspirational, it is the vision statement. I call it a business plan. It's the business plan for the city. Anything the council does, I feel we should be able to back up by pointing to the comprehensive plan and say, I support this because this section says so. So that is the purpose of it. Now, as far as reconciling issues with it, oh yeah, I know for a fact because I was the chair for the planning commission. And one year I don't remember what sitting council it was. I don't actually remember if it was anyone who's currently sitting here. But the directive that Planning Commission had was go through the comprehensive plan and proofread it and edit it. And so we spent the year making a ton of edits that had no actual content changes. It was just, please fix these words, find the contradictions, make sure the same phrase is used in the same place, are all the words, so it was basically copy editing. But there is a state recognized system for amendments to the comprehensive plan. And so if we've identified issues of, oh shoot, this actually contradicts itself, then we need to put it through the amendment process to fix it. However, fixing it at the last minute tonight is not necessary because it doesn't go through a process, in my opinion, that gives sufficient time for us up here to discuss it and think about it for longer than 10 minutes, let alone the public, but it's also not a legally binding document. So while I don't want to see contradictions, we're not going to have to worry about contractors not being able to build housing because something in the comprehensive plan contradicts something else in the comprehensive plan. We need to make sure our codes don't contradict, which is its own conversation. That's not part of the conversation at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Drew. Anyone else want to speak to the proposed? Oh, Lindsay, you have your hand up. I just want to, I'm going to call on you in a second. I just want to remind people, again, I know you're going to be frustrated because I'm going to say I'm not trying to rush this process, but it is 8:30 and we have 3 more comprehensive plan items, related items, and lodging tax as well. So just being mindful of the time. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Yeah, I hear procedural arguments for passing bad policy, and we should do better than that. So with respect to the future land use map, I have been saying for years that we need to revise the future land use map. I drew a draft version of a future land use map during one of the stakeholder advisory group meetings. That was taken by staff. That specifically had buffers around streams. But now we don't see that. So us as individual council members don't have any power. The only time that we have any power as a city council member is when the council as a whole passes a motion. So we can talk to staff as long as we want and waste their time talking to them individually. That's a right that we have as council members, I guess, just like the general public. But the time is now for us to say, you know, you didn't get this right. Because industrial zones don't extend through streams, that means that the land use capacity analysis for industrial zoning is off. And it means that we're going to have fights with developers and parcel owners over what they can do on their property because the zoning map says one thing and then the rest of our laws say something different. And we do use the future land use map when considering what people can do on their property. So the idea that it's not legally binding is a really problematic idea for us to have. So the choice is pretty simple for us. Do we do something that we know is wrong, inconsistent with just basic reality, that you don't do industrial zoning through a critical area right up next to a stream? Or do we fix it when we see the problem? And the fact that somebody noticed this at the last minute doesn't mean it's not worth fixing. And it's before us right now. All we have to do is vote yes, and then our staff can fix it. Thanks.
Thank you. Amy, go ahead.
As somebody who was not part of the small group and a little offended that I wasn't invited, and if it was brought up and discussed and then still not gone through the process and been approved through different stages of the review that we have in our process. Sorry, I'm sleepy. Then I think that also says something. And I think as council members or as committee members representing the city, we don't get to individually say this is what we need to do or we must do it this way. It does go through sometimes many committees, but at the very least it's through council. So I think it's okay to bring it up. And I guess I would just suggest that we go ahead and vote.
Okay, I'm going to just check in and see if staff has any thoughts on this amendment.
Council, I will say the change that is proposed, the first that I'm aware we've seen that proposal was this evening, and it is a major change. And I would advise that if we were to take on that change, we would want a consultant services to take probably no less than a year to go through and look at overlaps relative to zoning in critical areas throughout the city, because we have many, many creek corridors and steep slopes, a lot of different critical areas within the city, and it would take a lot of time and evaluation. So I would just say this is a major change, and it's unfortunate that we are just hearing about it tonight. Deputy City Manager Goings has additional information to add.
Thank you, City Manager West. To be very clear, so that anyone watching, regardless of the proposed land use designation or zoning of a property, the environmental rules and buffers of the city always come into place. So whether it's zoned X, Y, or Z, if the underlying environmental constraints of that property warrant a buffer, that is the case, regardless of the zoning over it.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we have a motion to amend the main motion to remove industrial zoning from critical areas on the future land use map and adjust the land capacity analysis accordingly. Sorry, let me reread that because the word "does" not be meaningful.
I want a point of clarification with the staff comments. So does that mean that our land use capacity analysis was based on the future land use map, irregardless of the critical areas ordinances or environmentally sensitive ordinances?
In the land use analysis and the buildable lands analysis, staff used matrices of the zoning, the land use protections, the allowable uses to derive the final product that we have before you. And again, Council, I know it's been a long evening, and I just really appreciate, we've had 4 meetings actually for input, and Council might remember the 120 items that you went through at your study session and the speed racing through the PowerPoint. So I know it's been a lot, and really appreciate Council's patience as we work through this document. But the document before you reflects the zoning on the ground, reflects the buildable lands analysis. And again, regardless of the zoning of a property, if there's a wetland or a steep slope, those environmental regulations in the code come in first, regardless of the zoning.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend the main motion to remove industrial zoning from critical areas on the future land use map and adjust land capacity analyses accordingly. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
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 Okay, the motion fails. All right. Lindsay?
Yeah. So we also seem to believe that if we've covered a stream with a culvert, that we can kind of just do whatever we want on it and not have to worry about buffers. That's a problem because we know that fish barrier culverts are a treaty violation because they decrease fish habitat, which decreases the available fish. And that's the ruling from federal courts that the state is obligated to follow because the state was a party to that lawsuit. Unfortunately, cities and counties were not parties to that lawsuit, but yet we own culverts that are fish barrier culverts. We manage land that has those. And I haven't heard anyone ever claim that if a similar lawsuit was brought against cities and counties, we wouldn't see exactly the same outcome as the state is facing. And I think the state's bill was something like $10 billion to do the fish barrier culvert removal, which we continue to see ongoing now in Port Angeles. And so as we plan for the future, as we think about the future of culverts in Port Angeles, which the future of culverts is we should not have any fish barrier culverts in Port Angeles, we should be planning ahead. And as a future land use plan, we should anticipate and know what the best practice should be. And so with that in mind, I move to recommend a new policy, which would be C1.11, which would state culverted stream reaches must be protected with the same buffers and standards as open stream channels. Development adjacent to culverted streams shall maintain buffer vegetation and natural drainage patterns to preserve groundwater recharge, water quality functions, and riparian connectivity. The city must prioritize daylighting of culverted streams during redevelopment.
Second.
All right. Anyone want to speak to the motion? Lindsay, you have a new hand?
No, my apologies.
Okay, that's all right. Can you email that to me, please? Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? Okay. I'll speak to it while we're waiting. And I think I will just, I don't know that it's worth saying again. I think that you are raising valid points and I understand your frustration with the process. And I am not interested. I recognize your concerns and all of it sounds good. And without having the ability to think through and discuss with like other groups to see what that would, or even just internally figure out what that all would mean. I'm not inclined to support the changes because I don't know what the potential impact would be that I'm not thinking about. And you're raising valid concerns about the impacts might be based on what we're adopting. And I just feel uncomfortable making changes without knowing enough to feel comfortable about it. So that said, I'm not an expert on the document, so I don't want to pretend that I know exactly what all the implications are of everything that's in here. But so maybe that's hypocritical, but that's where I am right now. So we have a motion to amend the main motion, adding new policy C-1.11, culverted stream reaches must be protected with the same buffers and standards as open stream channels. Development adjacent to culverted streams shall maintain buffer vegetation and natural drainage patterns to preserve groundwater recharge, water quality functions, and riparian connectivity. The city must prioritize daylighting the culverted streams during redevelopment. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
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 Okay, so that was 5-2. Are you keeping track, Carrie, or do you need to write it? Okay. Drew, go ahead.
Yes, I want to move to call the question on the main motion. For those who are not as familiar with Robert's rules, that would force an immediate vote on the main motion. It does need to be seconded. It is not debatable, and it does require a 2/3 positive vote.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion to call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. No, that's limited or extended times of debate. Previous questions or call the question. Got it.
We have
Second,
cheat
yes.
sheets.
Debatable, no. Amendable, no. Okay, thank you. You read exactly. You just said that. All those in favor of the motion to call the question, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Nay.
Raise your hand. Okay, so that's 4-3, not 2/3. Has to be, I think it has to be 5. Thank you. My math is not great at this hour. So that motion fails. Lindsay, I see your hand, Lindsay. I'm debating a break because I could sure use one, but I also would like to not be on this. I'm not willing to extend much past 10. So I will let you go quickly and then we'll take a break. Go ahead.
Yeah, I recognize the impasse here that a number of us know that the draft plan is good, but can be better. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be enough to pass those improvements, as the majority of the council is saying, oh, like we can't think this through right now, we don't have time, it's disappointing, but it's an impasse that we're at. And you know, I want to propose a number of other amendments concerning making sure that Port Angeles can be a sustainable place for everybody here in terms of having adequate housing, making sure that homes don't flood during events like tonight. But so far, I don't think we've passed any of those amendments. So I don't want to just continue making amendments that fail because I see the way that the voting pattern is going. At the same time, I don't think this is good enough to pass today. And since the main argument by a majority of council is we haven't had time to consider this, I move to continue this matter to a future meeting to allow staff time to complete proper income disaggregation analysis showing actual capacity by income band, document existing or committed subsidies, incentives for each income level. This is in the housing analysis, and prepare binding implementation timelines for regulatory and financial tools.
Second.
Can you email that to me while Navarro speaks? Go ahead, Navarro.
I just have a point of clarification. I'd like to ask staff what the consequence would be of postponing a vote tonight.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Carr. Per the RCW, we are required to adopt our comprehensive plan before the end of the calendar year. So if the meeting was to be continued to next week or the week of Christmas or the week after, there would be time. But I think the city could face challenges if it continued past January 1st.
Lindsay?
All right, we're also required to pass a comprehensive plan that's consistent with our other regulations, and we just voted not to do that. So we can't win either way, people.
All right, so we have a motion to continue the matter to allow staff time to complete proper income disaggregation analysis showing actual capacity by income band, document existing or committed subsidies/incentives for each income level, and prepare binding implementation timeline for regulatory and financial tools. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 All right, all those opposed?
No.
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 No. All right, motion fails. There's the 2/3. Not where some people wanted it. Anyway, all right. I'm going to suggest we take a quick break. Well, let's try seeing if we can pass the main motion and then move on to the next item. And Lindsay, this will mean nothing to you at this point, but would you share your suggestions even if we pass this tonight, so that we can consider them as we go forward? Because I don't disagree with some of what you're saying, just the process, and I know that frustrates you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So as you can anticipate, as I just stated, I have further amendments. Let's see.
In that case, I'm going to ask that you wait so we can take a break.
All right. Thank you.
Take a 5-minute break and be right back.
Lodging tax, it's like.
We'll see. Okay. Oh, they're on right now. We are, I'm just gonna note for people online, we're extending the break just ever so slightly to get some more water up here. All right, our clerk is back, so we are going to go ahead and get started again. We do have a number of people here for lodging tax, and so I want to be mindful of their time and not have them wait through a whole meeting and then we don't get to lodging tax. So I guess the question, I have a question for staff and then a question for Lindsay, since he has indicated some additional amendments. G2, 3, and 4, about like if there wasn't a ton of discussion, just presentation wise, about how long are we looking at for that?
Thank you, Mayor. Each of the presentations is less than 5 minutes.
Ah, okay. So I guess, Lindsay, since you have some additional amendments, would you be willing to make those amendments at one time, propose those amendments at one time as one motion?
No, the amendments range from more stuff on critical areas to step housing to land use. It doesn't make sense to make that as a single motion. My apologies. But I'm okay with tabling this until later in the meeting so that we can address the lodging tax.
I suppose we could do that.
We can also just continue this matter so that staff can finish the job. since the council doesn't want to act on it tonight, but we know we've identified things that need fixed.
Yes and no. Okay, so let's do that. Is there opposition from staff or from council for dealing with lodging tax right now and then going back to the comp plan? Okay.
I move to table the comp plan motion till we revive it later in the meeting.
Second.
Okay. Anyone opposed to the motion to table this, to move, to table the motion on the comp plan till later in the meeting after lodging tax? Be clear where later in the meeting after lodging tax. Anyone opposed to that, please state your opposition. All right, hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. And Calvin, go. Go as quickly as you can while waiting for a presentation to come up.
You will find this information starting on page I-18 of your packet. In accordance with the council's adopted 25-26 strategic plan, the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee recommends an annual lodging tax budget aligned with strategic focus area 2. And to continue the presentation, Courtney.
I thought you were leaving. You were just getting
Just getting started. Mayor and Council, my name is Courtney Bornsworth, Natural Resources and Grant Administrator. Tonight's presentation is on the 2026 Lodging Tax Advisory Committee budget recommendation. In accordance with the revised Code of Washington, the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee must provide recommendations to City Council for the use of lodging tax funds. Hard copies of this presentation are available at the council dais and in the lobby for the public. This presentation is less than 5 minutes long, so I ask that you please hold your questions until the end. Next slide, when we get the slides up. Lodging tax funds come from a small tax that is placed on all overnight lodging, including hotels, motels, and short-term rentals. On November 13th, 2025, the LTAC met to review and recommend awards for proposals submitted prior to the October 12th deadline. At this meeting, the LTAC voted 7-0 to approve a final 2026 LTAX fund budget of $1,597,925. The LTAC also voted 7-0 to open a second request for proposals for applications in 2026 and make additional funding recommendations to City Council. Next slide, please. Here's a visual of the 2026 preliminary budget for the Lodging Tax Fund, showing the $325,189 of capital expenditures, the $1,272,736 for projects that will support tourism-related operations, marketing, and events, for a total preliminary budget of $1,597,925. The proposed budget remaining available for a 2026 round 2 RFP is $162,975. Next slide, please. City staff performed an in-depth analysis of the actual administrative costs associated with managing, administering, and providing legal and financial oversight of lodging tax funds and vendor contracts. It was determined that the actual cost to provide this robust oversight is approximately $134,000 a year. Recognizing that our community also expects the city to act with fiduciary responsibility in the city's general fund that supports police, fire, streets, and parks, city staff requested that the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee fund the full estimated oversight costs. This request is allowable by state law. Instead, the committee recommended appropriating only $55,000 towards this fiduciary oversight and transparency. If this recommendation stands, it will mean nearly $80,000 in oversight costs will instead be subsidized by the city's general fund. Given the dozens of contracts executed annually and the growing responsibilities associated with this revenue stream, administrative costs of just over 10% are reasonable compared to other grant administration practices, where 15 to 30% have become common. Next slide, please. At this time, staff is recommending that City Council 1, adopt the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee's recommendation for the 2026 Lodging Tax Fund budget in the amount of $1,597,925. 2, request the Finance Director include this item in the next formal budget amendment to the 2026 budget. And 3, approve the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee's recommendation to open a second request for proposals for applications in 2026. Thank you.
All right, council. Go to Amy.
Thank you. Thank you for those who were on this committee and had these difficult conversations. I unfortunately get voluntold to attend a lot of these types of meetings where we are discussing funds being requested that, generally speaking, are greater than the funds available. So it's kind of nice to see that there's wiggle room on this. And knowing all the work that goes into that, I usually do defer to the committees and their recommendations. However, this time I feel like I would like to see them review it, to reconsider their recommendation with maybe some additional points. Because as a council, we have said public safety is a priority, and it's important to us to maintain staffing there. And because we did not fully fund the city's request, that the money that needs to cover that will be coming from the general fund, which is what funds our public safety. And I think that's a concern. It's not peanuts, it's $80,000. I'm not sure if that's a whole staff member or not, but it's something. I also think that the request, while I understand that there were some concerns that this is a huge amount, being that it wasn't last year, I think the reason it has a couple of reasons, right, that it has increased is that we actually have the staff to do that in-depth analysis of what it's actually costing us. And it doesn't seem, it just, again, as somebody who has reviewed these kinds of things, 10% for administrative costs do not seem inflated in any way. And looking at some of these requests, it looks like we are asking our city staff to oversee and monitor 37 different contracts. So I think that that should also be taken into consideration. So my hope is, and I'd like to move to request that the
Amy, I'm so sorry. Before you make that motion, can I respond and provide maybe a little bit of extra information that was not included in here? I'm so sorry to cut you off, but I think it will be helpful. Okay, so Amy, first, I just want to acknowledge that you share the same concerns that I have, that I had at the time, that I continue to have, that I have talked with Nathan about. What the committee actually said in our final motion was we, as you saw, have additional, it's on slide 3, it's the preliminary LTAX budget. The committee is proposing to go out for a second round of funding early in 2026, so to have 2 rounds of funding next year. And one of those reasons is because the committee felt, and to be clear, it was a majority of the committee, that they felt like the documentation for that amount that was requested by staff was inadequate. I'm not trying to say that that's how it was, but that is what was reflected in that discussion. In the 2.5-hour LTAC meeting, the concern was that not just that it was a big jump up, but that really the documentation that shows exactly where those costs are coming from, which we should be able to provide the committee, just wasn't done to that level that they needed to see. And what the committee said was, please come back. Please show us that documentation and come back for the spring round. I've talked with Nathan about saying that, look, if the LTAC committee continues to not fund the staff costs in the amount that is actually required, then we need to do something different in that committee. We meet 4 to 5 times a year. last time, I mean, Ben and I spent countless hours working together, and Courtney too. We spent countless hours together. Also, I'm pointing over there, but Bree is a huge help. We spend a lot of time, and this year in particular, spent a lot of time working on our documents, getting them, I think, the best they've ever been. I really believe in the work we did. And so I understand, like, I was there for not a lot of the work because our staff do so much more than the time that they spend with me doing it, the planning work. But just to say that I think that's a piece that was missing from this that might help provide that extra context. But I think too that there is an opportunity if the committee continues to refuse to pay the 10% staff costs, that's a big, that it's something that we just have to review. And I think we need to review it as a council. I think we need to review it as an LTAC committee. We're redoing our committee assignments in the spring. I don't know if that person will still be me, but it will be somebody. And I think there's ability to say, kind of like the county does, we're just meeting. We're not doing a redo of our application procedures every year. They're good. So we're just meeting to review. I think there's other ways that we could do this. And I'm not saying we should decide those things tonight. I'm just saying that there are opportunities for change if this is something else. One of the things that the committee also asked for is that, and you might have seen some public comment about this, but other cities just do a straight up 8% or 5% or whatever. And we don't have that. It's just kind of been, to be honest, we actually changed our practices after we met with the state auditors a few years ago. And so those are things that I think all different ways of moving forward in the future that don't actually get to this, to the consideration tonight, but that the LTAC committee did very specifically say in the motions that were made and then in the discussions that were had is please give us additional documentation and we'd be happy to grant the extra $80,000. So I don't know if that's helpful context, and I'm not trying to prevent you from making your motion at all, but I just wanted to provide that.
You will go back to Amy.
Thank you for the context. I appreciate it. I didn't get that in the notes either. So I appreciate that, hear that, and also want to just acknowledge, throw out there that, the city also works really hard at providing a living wage for the employees. And I think that we want to maintain that level or that quality for our folks. And so I guess this is my way of saying, let's get some skin in the game. And this is a way to do that, potentially to reconsider or look at different things. So I appreciate that, as long as the application was treated with the same standards as the rest of the applications, because everyone else who was funded fully.
Point of clarification, not every application was funded fully. That's incorrect.
All right, we'll go to Drew and then Lindsay.
Okay, so as far as everybody else on here, I support that. I have no problems with that. I'm just going back to the city-related stuff. And I'm not sure where I sit on that yet, other than an observation and wanting to confirm my understanding with LTAC. My first observation is if the city, I haven't seen the application. I don't serve on LTAC. I don't know what staff member put together the said application. If the staff did not put together a very good grant application, despite the fact that we have paid grant writers, I have concerns. Or if our LTAC application is so poorly thought through and worked out that our staff did not do a good job filling it out, that needs to be addressed. I have no idea which might be the case. It might have also just been on either side of the equation, someone's bad day, but I think that is something that needs to be addressed. If the issue there was the application wasn't good enough, please come back when it's revised. Something's wrong there. My understanding is LTAC operates completely different than everything else because it's based on state law. City council does not have the ability to choose other people for funding unless it's been approved by the LTAC committee. Am I correct with that so far? Okay, awesome. My other understanding is that city council, however, does have the ability to change the dollar amount of the allocations. Am I?
Has to go back to LTAC.
Okay. That's just why I like to make sure I understand it. Again, for those in the audience, LTAC is separate from everything else. It has its own state laws that we have to abide by that operate entirely different than one would suspect. So, yeah, that was basically my observation and question.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Am I misinterpreting? I wouldn't have expected staff had to put in an application.
They do.
They do. Okay. All right. Well, maybe that's a piece we can change.
No.
Okay. Never mind. Right. Can't. It's the law. Sorry. All right. I have Lindsay next.
Yeah, I'm curious about this issue because, excuse me, like Councilmember Schwab, there seems to be a bit of a governance issue here. I'm sure every department or program in the city would love to just have the general fund pay its administrative cost, and be able to push that somewhere else. Here we have a body of tax collectors and tax users and a few others that is deciding that it doesn't want to pay its own administrative costs and asking us to approve that. In the past, we have set guidelines and requirements for how LTAC committee, Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, decides its recommendation to us. Can we just set a guideline that the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee will recommend the administrative costs be included through the LTAC fund? Is that an option?
So I think, Lindsay, you're getting at something that Kate was also kind of getting at. And so a couple of years ago, in the past, we really had been going through a sort of a process like the one that you and Kate sort of alluded to, is that the committee just paid the costs. But we updated our practices to be a little bit, I think, more in line with state guidance. And every application that comes from the city has, every request that comes from the city has to have an application associated with it, which includes staff costs, capital requests, whatever. And so there's a number of those from the city, and some scored better than others. I think a huge piece of this is education to the LTAC committee around, as we're talking about tonight, the value of being able to pay these administrative costs. I'll also say that those of us on this committee reviewed over 40 applications, right, or 40-ish applications. Earlier in the year, we did the marketing, approvals, which we passed tonight, but we also received over 40 applications for that. And not all of us on the committee reviewed all of those. I was one of the sort of stakeholder members who got to be a part of that review process, but our staff certainly reviewed all of them too. And so staff are reviewing, I just want to make it clear to everybody that staff are reviewing almost 100 applications. And that isn't in a round where there was one application round, right? And so I really think moving forward, I think that what the committee was looking for is a little bit of direction from council. But I think with that, my proposal would be more of what might be in line with the city of Sequim or some of the other cities around the state, that maybe has a cap, an upper cap, right? So a cap of up to 10% or 15%. I don't really care what it is. I think it should actually be a pretty high cap, because I think, again, living wage, there's a lot of reviews, including the fact that the LTAC committee itself last year, in 2024, put in a lot of effort to require a legal review. And so there's even additional staff people who are looking at this, which I think is a real positive, right? It's all these really wonderful things where we have, I think, a really solid group of people who are working on LTAC I think we have a great planning process in advance of meetings. I think like everybody, I think is now like pretty well working together. Like, I think we're a well-oiled machine, including the legal, expertise that is looking at these applications. But the sort of unfortunate reality of that is that the more staff time you have, right, the higher the cost. So there's and of course, everybody knows the excitement around the 2024 process, which then led into additional staff costs, right, because council sent it back. So all that to say, right, that there were a lot of additional staff costs, and that I think while those of us on council, are very used to seeing, sort of the ways that staff present us with documents around, staff costs or time or timesheets, and we look at our financial documents all the time, right? But I think this is one of those areas where maybe for other members of the committee, it wasn't as clear to them. I'm also very proud of our committee for getting through that meeting in 2.5 hours. And I think had there been a little more time, maybe we could have done a little bit better education around sort of what those costs actually were. Because I ranked, I think, the staff application pretty decently or highly. And so I clearly didn't have a problem with it. But I am trying to pass along what I think the feedback was, so that everybody here kind of knows that. And I think also hopefully you all hear why how I'm trying to move or trying to think about ways that we can move forward. I also just want to say that even if council asks the LTAC to relook at this and refund it, the next meeting we have is in March. And so so this is like very much in line with the committee asked for staff to resubmit an application for the remaining balance in March when we open up the new RFP, right? March or April, to be funded around April, right? And we would be asking for about the same timeline here at council tonight, because that's the next regularly scheduled meeting of LTAC. So I just want to be clear about what that timeline is, because I think it's actually fairly aligned.
Okay, Lindsay.
I mean, I think there's like I said, a governance issue here, that why wouldn't LTAC prefer that the administrative costs be sunk somewhere else? And I think we as a council need to direct the committee to make a recommendation that doesn't subsidize these tourist activities when we could subsidize so many other things or provide so many other public programs with $80,000. I would rather have, like, people know that when they call 911, they're going to get help, rather than like another fair, potentially even in the summer. So like, I know like the people who run that fair, that is a meaningful $80,000 for them. Like, that's a lot, but it's not fair to ask the residents of the city to subsidize these individual programs. So is it within our power to direct LTAC to fund the city's administrative costs?
I think not if I understand correctly, and staff can correct me, not in the context of the way we are here.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think our option is to send it back and ask them to reconsider, but they wouldn't be reconsidering until the meeting in which they would already be reconsidering. So we would want to, I'm going to propose at a later time in the new year, discuss whether or not we want to, as a council, do what you're talking about. But I don't think tonight is the time to do that. I think we passed this. They're going to come back, ask for more at the spring meeting, and maybe between now and then we have a discussion about policy. Yes, but I want to look at staff and make sure that.
So, Mayor, I think that's just fine. I want to emphasize that council does have the purview to set a policy to which the Lodging Tax Committee has to abide by. You've done it before through resolution. Council could certainly do that again if you choose. You also have the option to send something back if you don't like the recommendation. I would strongly urge that if there is something to be sent back, that you only send back the one element of concern and not the entire thing. Because I will tell you, it will be extremely intensive use of staff time if all those applicants hear that their applications didn't move forward this evening.
Amy, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to share that, any other administrative entity, agency would then take this $55,000, do that work, and then stop. Unfortunately for you guys, you cannot do that, please. And so I guess I would like to, perfectly fine sending the rest of the recommendations forward. I would like to direct or request that this request gets reevaluated in March, if for no other reason but to prevent another application needing to be completed in March by our staff.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Do you think the decision would, if the makeup of the committee, I'm asking you to speculate, which is not necessarily fair. If the makeup of the committee doesn't change and the staff doesn't come back with something different and we haven't passed a policy change, then it sounds like, I'm actually just going to say what I think you said already, which is their decision wouldn't change without more information. And my concern is if we don't do it this way, then staff also then the general fund isn't then we're subsidizing it while we wait to make a decision. And I would be more inclined to pass it the way it is. And they're going to come back at that meeting anyway. And maybe we change the policy between now and then. I'm going to go to Drew and then Navarra. And then I thought this was going to be quick, but sorry.
So going back to what we can and can't do as a council, I'm pulling from MRSC. And I recognize that I'm not a lawyer, so hopefully Bill is listening to me and will tell me that I'm wrong in areas that I'm wrong. But it does say that when awarding lodging tax revenue pursuant to RCW, a municipality may award amounts different from the local lodging tax advisory committee's recommendation amounts, but only after satisfying the procedural requirements of this other RCW, which I'll get to in just a second.
Which is send it back. So we've already done this once.
Right. So so long as we.
Right. So I procedurally can't cut you off really, but I feel like we're going to get in the weeds on this part. And my sense is we have consensus to pass it the way it is so they get some money, talk about a policy in the future, not tonight.
Yeah, where I was going with it is my understanding of MRSC's opinion is so long as we give them 45 days to respond, we don't actually have to listen to LTAC if they choose to. More to Amy's point, we don't have to listen to LTAC. If they do review our request for more funding for the city and they say no, we don't have to listen to that, is my understanding.
That's correct. But we know they don't have a meeting scheduled until March, so they can't meet the 45-day deadline.
Wait, point of clarification, didn't we already send it back once?
Not this one. We've done that before, but not this one.
Well, I think what actually Drew's proposal would do is add more staff time to require another meeting, which I think we'll also run into the issue of in 45 days, we will have new council assignments. So what's going to happen, and Kate, to your point as well, is that 2 members of the committee are ineligible to get another term. They've termed out at the end of this year. And so in March, there is going to be potentially 3 new members of lodging tax, including a new council member. And so there just is going to be a change. Personally, I keep looking at Ben to make sure I'm on the right track here. I think that, the application was already done. I think it could probably just be resubmitted, probably with, I mean, I think that what I'm trying to get at is that I think to me, the two important things are making sure that the city is made whole and making sure that in the interim, in that time, that the city is made whole, is like made whole in part, right? Is like awarded the funds that LTAC awarded so that we can put that back into, award those funds to the city and use them, backfill our costs already, right? Because what sending it back would do, and correct me if I'm wrong, would mean that LTAC would be reevaluating the grant application in its entirety. And then we have to wait for another 4 months or so before getting any funding at all. This way, Serena and the finance folks can just, do whatever magic they do to make that fund transfer happen. So I think, I think this is clearly a big issue and it's something that we have to talk about. I also think that making it very clear to the committee that council expects it to be funded, I think all of those things are really valuable, including perhaps a presentation about, what other things are going to be lost if those funds aren't awarded, right? I think there's a lot of different options to move forward, but I'm just going to really encourage us to pass this and then go out for a second round and have the city resubmit for that additional $80,000 or so.
Lindsay.
Yeah, I don't want to step on Councilmember Miller's toes because I know that you were going to make a motion, but I also heard Mayor Dexter say something that seemed like a consensus statement. So I'm ready to make that motion. But Councilmember Miller, if you want to instead. Okay, I'll go for it. Okay, sorry, I missed that. I move to adopt the recommendations from LTAC and direct staff to bring to City Council prior to the next LTAC meeting a draft resolution to set policy for LTAC that includes fully funding the administrative costs of lodging tax administration.
Second.
Okay. Yes. Can you email that? Because it was, I don't want to miss the nuance, but also we need to include 2 and 3 from the memo. Request the finance director include this item in the next formal budget amendment to the 2026 budget and approve the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee's recommendation to open a second request for proposals for applications in 2026.
Second.
Okay. That's an amendment to the motion. All those opposed to the amendment, anyone opposed to the amendment, please state your opposition. Hearing none, the motion is amended. So, but I need the language. Okay. Further discussion?
Just as a additional point of clarification, I just want to say to members of the council that in years past, I have needed to recuse myself from voting on the LTAC's recommendation to council. That is no longer the case. And I just want that to make it clear to members of the public and council members in case there was any confusion about why I've been so active tonight and why I have not abstained from the vote.
All right, thank you very much. So we have a motion to adopt the recommendations from the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee and direct staff to bring to City Council prior to the next LTAC meeting a draft resolution to set policy for LTAC that includes fully funding the administrative costs of lodging tax administration. To request the finance director include this item in the next formal budget amendment to the 2026 budget and approve the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee's recommendation to open a second request for proposals for applications in 2026. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And now the lodging tax folks are funded and can go home. Or you're welcome to stay, of course, but you can go home if you want to. All right. Now we will return to our tabled item. I want to be mindful. We have just a minute. second public comment period has to be concluded no later than 9:45. So we're going to go to second public comment period, and then we'll go back to our items. So if you are joining us virtually, this is the time to raise your hand. We're doing second public comment period. We have not completed the rest of the business on the agenda, but in order to meet our procedural requirements, second public comment period needs to be happening now. So I'm going to open it up for that. And anyone in council chambers wish to speak at second public comment period? No? Okay. We have one taker, and I have 2 comments online.
My name is Glenn Barbieri. I live in Port Angeles. Yeah. Now, first of all, Lindsay, I very much like to thank you for all you've done. You've been great. I know I can see your frustration. I think I kind of understand it. So if I was in your position, my head would be exploding right now. So, yeah. And, okay. Y'all probably seen, I don't know if y'all read a particular letter from me. And to be truthful, I wanted to put that letter before all of you. When I brought it in today at just before 5, I did not expect it to end up on your desks the way it did. I was told a procedure more than once on how to get letters to City Council. That was my intention. So I walked in to the City Council office. There was a clerk there. And I told her, I've been told there's a procedure of getting letters to the City Council. He gave me a bit of a startled look, like, Bambi in the headlights. Went and talked to somebody else. They brought me in here, handed it off to somebody else, and that's how they got. And the procedure I was told was for taking one letter in. I had, however, came in with 8 copies. So that's how they got it on your desk today. Now, those of you who have read them probably think it's rather bonkers. And yes, it is. And you all know that I have been thinking for a very long time about how to interface and such in there. But one of the things that's come up a lot is this city's reaction and frustration what's going on in the other Washington. Now, I've been thinking on this a lot, obviously, and it's not just enough for the City Council to bring it up. Is there anybody in the community itself willing to even microscopically take a stand? I don't know what's going to happen next, okay? But we saw something very dramatic several years ago on January 6th. So that was my deadline for squeaking up. So I've squeaked up. What happens next, I don't know. But what happens to me next might be a bit more louder than a squeak. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
John Ralston, City of Port Angeles. I want to thank Lindsay for his 8 years of service, City Council and all the other projects. I'm disappointed he's not here tonight because I was really expecting some cookies and punch. So he owes me. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go online to John Worthington. And let me get my timer ready. And when I know I can hear you, we'll start your time.
John Worthington, Squim.
Okay.
Just a word of advice from the city of Squim. I'm from Port Angeles. I graduated there in 1981. My grandfather helped form that city, and he was part of a celebration in 1962 that handed out a coin for everybody to go spend in town. If you want to go over to the shoulder of the city of Port Angeles and Squim and an NGO and look at everything through a retribution lens, my complaints to the federal grants and your testimony tonight was perfect. I got to show them tonight's comments and see how you continue the retribution lens to the city rather than go to Congress and lobby Congress for a solution, which the state contractors came in and dug up a bunch of bones, and the city and the state at one time, they settled. And then now Congress is talking about settling again. If the tribes don't like the treaty and are in a bad relationship, go to Congress. Don't sit off the shoulder and intercept federal funding so you can turn things around that way. Don't try to put my city, it's my city, even though I don't live there, through the ringer because you want to continue to look through the tribal retribution lens. It doesn't do us any good. We need to get on the same page and we need to go to Congress, not over on a shoulder in an NGO that agreed to serve an international community. And I don't think we have a treaty right now. You can't serve an international sphere of government and the city of Port Angeles at the same time. I don't see it possible. But tonight we saw the retribution lens in full display, and I'm so happy that 4 of the council members stood up to the retribution lens. Thank you.
Thank you, John. We'll go to Stephen. He's the other hand online.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry about that. 2 things I really want to mention tonight here. First, I feel like on the city charging the LTAC fund, the staff prepared memo is not entirely, honest. It doesn't provide enough granularity to city council here. Even Serena admitted that many communities don't charge their LTAC fund for administrative costs. It includes Sequim, Walla Walla, Chelan, Ellensburg. I spoke to those directors of finances, those committee members don't charge for LTAC fund for administrative costs. The rationale is all consistent. Managing the lodging tax fund is viewed as a core general government function. It's not eligible as a tourism expenditure. Now, on the City of Port Angeles' own application, it was really poorly supported. They requested a 140% increase. So in the last 3 years, they said there was $38,000 in administrative costs, then $55,000, and then they wanted $135,000. In fact, they're saying Ben is now going to spend 15% or 312 hours a year compared to 124 hours last year. They added a line item for a planning tech that did hours last year, and they said 104 hours coming up this year. Again, none of this was supported. So again, it was a poorly written application. Personally, I believe so much staff time is being put into the LTAC fund over the last year. It's really been a reflection of the dysfunctional nature of this fund. I believe a lot of these issues have actually been resolved, and we should be spending fewer hours on the LTAC fund and its administration going forward. And then once again, I just want to make sure I remind this that the LTAC fund is not administering grants for tourism activities. They are administering only the awards of grants. Put another way, LTAC fund is not involved in running the operations of Field Hall or the marathon. Finally, I just would say that, the future request to fully fund city admin costs, let's just make sure that there's much more detailed justification. The second thing I just wanted to bring up on is a comment on due process, consistency, and kind of hypocrisy. I found it troubling to hear arguments tonight demanding that we clearly define process for one issue while simultaneously kind of ignoring process for other issues. We have members on council here who are attorneys that understand process better than anyone and are somewhat, grandstanding and advocating to fast track late agenda items, last minute amendments, motions introduced hours into meetings, well into the 3rd hour of every meeting. These 11th hour additions, they're not harmless. They're intentionally manipulative, and they're really undermining the clarity and public participation. My final point here is just, we've gone through this comp plan for 14 months to work through these issues. Introducing these kind of substantive changes literally in the final hour after committees and stakeholders and the public's been engaged. This is not transparency, it's hypocrisy, and it just erodes public trust. Those are my comments tonight. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Anyone else in council chambers? Okay, we don't have anyone else online either, so that is the end of second public comment period, and we will go back to item G1 where we left off. And Lindsay, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Thanks. Yes, and respectfully, council, the public elected us to make the most important document that the city has, and that is what we are in the process of doing now. So without wasting time, let's talk about housing, and especially housing for people who are pushed out of most of the housing available, emergency housing, shelter, permanent supportive housing. So we have two requirements we have to meet. We have to meet a minimum requirement not to prohibit emergency or shelter housing in hotel zones. We also have a requirement that we have to demonstrate sufficient land capacity for allocated emergency housing needs. It's not enough for us to only meet the hotel zone thing or requirement if we don't have the land capacity requirements otherwise. So with that in mind, it's important that we make sure that we allow what's referred to as step housing, which stands for emergency housing, emergency shelters, permanent supportive housing, and transitional housing in more parts of the city, so that we make sure that people have a place to go when they're pushed out of their home, unable to pay rent. So with that in mind, I move to, excuse me just a second. I move to add a new comprehensive plan policy and a new section to housing element land capacity analysis. It would be policy H, specified, quote, emergency shelters and emergency housing as defined in RCW 3670A030 are permitted uses in all zones where residential dwelling units, hotels, or public facilities are allowed. The city may establish reasonable occupancy, spacing, and intensity requirements by ordinance to protect public health and safety, provided such requirements do not prevent the development of sufficient emergency housing beds and units to accommodate the city's allocated need as identified in the housing element, and add a new section to housing element land capacity analysis, which would state step housing capacity and zoning compliance, emergency housing, emergency shelter, permanent supportive housing, and transitional housing, collectively step housing, are critical to addressing Port Angeles' emergency housing needs of 200 units. Zoning compliance. Emergency housing and emergency shelters are permitted uses, not conditional uses, in all zones where hotels are permitted, consistent with RCW 3521-683. Land capacity. The city has identified sufficient land capacity to accommodate 173 indoor emergency housing units and 299 permanent supportive housing units. Implementation timeline. Any zoning code amendments required to achieve step housing compliance shall be adopted concurrent with CPA 250004 and REZ 250153 per RCW 3670A115.
Second.
I'll email that motion.
Okay, thank you. I was just going to say, I feel like that one's pretty clearly, I need it emailed. All right, anyone wish to speak to the motion? Go ahead.
You know, I think, I think that we clearly have a lot of need in our community, and that need is only growing. And I think that many council members have supported other efforts in the community to increase the capacity for, faith-based communities and, nonprofits to build shelters or tiny homes. I think the 4PA tiny house village, I forget what it's officially called, but I think is a good example of that. And I think, and that's something that I think many, if not all, council members support. And I think that this seems to really get at that idea that there's more housing need in this community, and that there should be an ability to be able to house people quickly and efficiently, including through temporary shelters.
All right. Anyone else? This is a really long one to reread, but I will do it quickly. We have a proposed amendment to add a new comprehensive plan policy and a new section to housing element land capacity analysis. Policy H, not currently numbered. Emergency shelters and emergency housing as defined in RCW 36.70A.030 are permitted in all zones where residential dwelling units, hotels, or public facilities are allowed. The city may establish reasonable occupancy, spacing, and intensity requirements by ordinance to protect public health and safety, provided such requirements do not prevent the development of sufficient emergency housing beds and units to accommodate the city's allocated need as identified in the housing element. Add new section to housing land element capacity analysis. First bullet, step housing capacity and zone compliance, emergency housing, emergency shelters, permanent supportive housing, and transitional housing, collectively step housing, are critical to addressing Port Angeles' emergency housing need of 200 units. Zoning compliance, emergency housing and emergency shelters are permitted uses, not conditional uses, in all zones where hotels are permitted, consistent with RCW 35.21.683. Land capacity, the city has identified sufficient land capacity to accommodate 173 indoor emergency housing units and 299 permanent supportive housing units. Implementation timeline, any zoning code amendments required to achieve step housing compliance should be adopted concurrently with CPA 25-0004 and REZ 25-0153 per RCW 36.708.115. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
All right. Motion does not pass. Moving on. Lindsay? I don't know why I said that like I was surprised. You told me.
Yeah. Well, and I'm going to try and take these in priority order. If one of them passes, I'll stop. How about that? Yeah, because there's a lot more we can do. So, we talked earlier in the meeting about WDFW's best available science, and I haven't heard a response. No net loss is not the best available science. Net ecological gain is, and that's supported by the research for WDFW. Our staff did put net ecological gain in, but say things like we'll strive for it, or to the extent feasible, or as otherwise authorized in the critical areas regulations. Those are respectfully weasel words that basically make those provisions meaningless. And so we really should have if we're going to put something in the comp plan, we should have it actually mean something and not just be, we like this if it doesn't conflict with something else and we can't figure out that it's not a priority. So what I'm trying to say is, I move to remove non-binding words from the critical areas provision, including strive for and to the extent feasible, and delete the phrase in state designated critical areas from policies C1.3, C1.8, C2.3, and LU 7.2, and replace with in critical areas or in areas designated as critical areas under RCW 3670A172.
Second.
Go ahead and speak to it while I'm waiting to get an email.
So, I just want to say, I think it's always frustrating when now it's just Lindsay and Kate talk about things that happened when they were on council when the rest of us weren't. And it's like, well, like, when the hell was that, right? None of the rest of us were here. No offense to the two of you. But it's very frustrating because there were a few years where you got to be here and the rest of us weren't. And so I just want to preface what I'm going to say with that, knowing how frustrating that can be, that there are a number of new council members who were not here a few years ago when we were trying to adopt and did adopt our shoreline master program, which is at which point I said, I don't plan on passing any future documents that don't very clearly state net ecological gain. And I recognize that for the three newer council members who were not there, that conversation happened without you. And I'm recognizing now, and have been recognizing this for the past couple of weeks, that that is an unfortunate oversight. That we have not had the opportunity to talk about net ecological gain between then and now, which has been at least 2 years. So I think it's just worth mentioning that. I believe that we have a responsibility and a duty, as Lindsay was sort of alluding to earlier, to respond adequately to the effects of climate change and to protect our natural and ecologically sensitive areas. And to me, one of these big reasons is, I'll be honest, I moved here for a job that was ecologically based, right? Got a job at the Land Trust. And a lot of people move here for jobs in the tourism sector, in ecological areas, or based on the natural beauty of our community, right? The reason why people move here frankly, isn't because we live in a great town. It's because there's access to the mountains and the water and surfing out west, all in very, very short order. And I think, I think we do a lot of work to try to make it so that people move because of the city of Port Angeles. But the reality is that the natural environment is actually why people move here and why people stay here. And if we don't protect that, then people will leave. And they just won't come because we won't have those areas protected. And no net loss just hasn't been effective. Lindsay read from a report earlier, which is the same report that I found. I also found additional reports from published in June 2024 on WDFW's website, where they talk about how in 2023, a legislative proviso directed the Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife to convene a work group focusing on developing a net ecological game implementation framework. It goes on and on and on. And that the state recognizes and has made substantial efforts to work on this kind of implementation, to move away from the backwards practice of no net loss, which we know from that report that Lindsay just read to us and which was available for everybody to read in advance in the month from the last council meeting to now, which talks about the best available science. We know the scientists are telling us, the state is telling us that they are trying to work on these issues. And just because, and I think that, we had the grant with the firefighters earlier, just because nobody else is doing it doesn't mean that we can't. In fact, I think that that's a limiting view, one that we shouldn't take, and one that we don't take when it comes to other issues around public safety and housing and homelessness. And we consistently are leaders in those areas. And I think we could be leaders and more strong leaders in environmental protections of our community areas, particularly since Port Angeles has seen vast ecological degradation from the mills, from what is working on with the harbor cleanups right now. We have an incredibly polluted, toxic sites, right, in our harbor. And instead of saying, we don't want to lose any of the ecological values that we have right now, in fact, I would argue that I want to gain ecological values in those areas. And I think that our city does too. I think our residents do, right? When we were talking about what we do with Ennis Creek, our community came out in droves. We didn't hear a single public comment going against what the State Department, right? State Department of Ecology told us to do, right? We can be bold leaders in this kind of environmental action and say, it's more than aspirational. We're actually going to work on these. We are going to put in hard and fast policies for the city to make sure that we are increasing our environmental protections, that we are actually doing that kind of work to get us where we need to go. And again, I recognize that for the council members who weren't there for those conversations where we talked about this in our Shoreline Master Program, that this might be a new concept. But I believe that Latricia brought it up all the way back then, which I think must have been at least 3 years ago. And we've been talking about it since then. It's not like this is the first time that we've talked about this in an open public meeting. It is not like this is the first time that this is coming before staff. It's just not the case that this is the first time that anybody has heard that myself and other council members are very strongly in favor. In fact, I believe that Councilmember Meyer brought it up time and time again as well, that we have had council members throughout this process and throughout various different kinds of plans who have really been pushing and advocating, and not just myself, but many of us who have been talking about moving towards a strategy of net ecological gain. And this is, I think, the document where it makes the most sense, in addition to whatever future shoreline master programs we adopt, but that those are things. I think it even came up when we were talking about the our shoreline armoring on Edis Hook the last time, which I believe that most of our council members were here for, where we keep talking about net ecological gain. And so it shouldn't be a surprise that this has come up, that this came up a month ago, that this has come up now. It continues to come up, and it will continue to come up in the future, because I think this is really important and continues to be important.
Amy, go ahead.
Thanks. I just, I was listening, I swear. I was also looking at the motion that was sent and the policies that they refer to. And I it then just leaves like hanging sentences. And not full sentences. So I don't know. I guess I just want to say that perhaps you want to provide more detail. I also am not, as a social worker, I have to write a lot of goals and treatment plans, and we have to write SMART goals, the M being measurable. So I'm also not a huge fan of striving and being feasible. I like to have more measurable items there.
Okay. All right. Latricia, did you have your hand up? Go ahead.
Well, I just want to completely second exactly what Navarra said. And I've been as a restoration planner for over 23 years. We live in a watershed that's adjacent to other watersheds, and how we treat our watershed and our policies and not our policies, but our goals and how we want to see our city look in 20 years impacts what's happening to our neighbors' watershed. And I've advocated for it. I will continue to advocate for net ecological gain. And I think it's important. And I think we are leaders and that we need to be bold and we need to step up. I mean, Lindsay has, and I have proposed bold statements in a document that guides us for the next 20 years. And I'm frustrated because I'm not seeing the support here on this, but I trust my other council members who are experts in their fields. I trust you, Amy, when you talk about public safety and what's needed. And I listen to you and I support that. I mean, and Navarra, I trust her input also with North Olympic Land Trust and nonprofits that she's worked for and low income housing when I think California, wasn't it? And her experience in that. And Kate, I trust your administrative and stuff, but everything I've felt tonight is nobody is trusting my instinct about the need for our community when it comes to net ecological gain or developing direction for our council or for our staff to work with our Clallam tribal governments to establish in that process to establish what meaningful consultation means and what the process is and for them to bring it back. True, I count on you for business administration or, EDA stuff, things like that, because you're in business. But I'm really feeling left out in the cold because I don't feel any of you are trusting my input in 23 years of working with both tribal governments and in restoration. And I feel like it's on deaf ears. I kind of feel like what you did, Navarra and Lindsay, when you joined council and you were struggling to have them hear you. So I'm going to move to vote to approve this. I would really love that we have net ecological gain in our guiding policy, because that's going to guide our shoreline master plan. It's going to guide our critical areas. And if we don't have it there, it's not going to be in those other documents.
All right. I have not spoken to this motion, but I want to address your comments and say I'm fully supportive, and this may not be enough for you right now, but I'm fully supportive of your proposal for a meeting with the tribe to come up with that policy. I just didn't want to see it in a comprehensive plan. I hear what everyone's saying about all of those, about all the pieces around this. And this is one where I do think it probably should be in here. And I want to put it in an amendment. And I know you all, like the people who are supporting this can be very frustrated with me, and I'm willing to live with that right now. Because I think I want to understand more. I just want to understand it better, and not the concept. I understand the concept, but how it's going to fit here. And So my apologies for not being willing to support it in this motion tonight. Drew, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I mostly just want to echo what you just said for this amendment slash motion and the previous ones is my choice of voting tonight has, I'm pretty sure, zero to do with any of the actual content. And my support thereof and is entirely procedurally based. And I would like this list to come, of all the things that don't pass or amended, I want to come back so we can talk about it. But tonight is not the appropriate time for that. Speaking of which,
yeah, we need it.
I would like to make the motion that we adjourn until tomorrow night at 6 p.m.
So I think we need to do it a different way. And we have a motion on the table, which we need to deal with. And then we either need to move to extend or to table. I mean, you can make a motion now for something to move forward. So you already have the floor, so go ahead.
Okay, I was simply going to say I believe adjournment is actually a privileged motion, so it supersedes everybody. It does need a second. It's not debatable.
But we can't adjourn because the agenda is not over. We need to go into recess until 6 o'clock tomorrow evening would be the.
If someone would like to double check, my understanding is the most current wording for that is adjourn to a time and you mentioned when the adjournment is. But if I'm incorrect with the correct wording for that.
Can do a fixed time to which to adjourn. But that's when are we going to end it? We can fix the time to end, but in order to continue it, I think we need to, Lindsay has his hand up and I don't know if, Lindsay, is your comment related?
Well, Council Rules of Procedure, Section 10 on adjournment says a council member may propose to close the meeting by moving to adjourn. The meeting will close upon the majority vote of the council. A motion to adjourn will always be in order and decided without debate. That's our Council Rules of Procedure.
Right. But what he's trying to do is say, let's make a motion to pick this up again tomorrow evening, correct?
That is the intent based off my current understanding of Robert's rules.
So my concern is that
if I am incorrectly phrasing that, I would appreciate assistance on the correct phrasing.
Attorney Bloor, can you provide some advice on this?
I don't know what we did last time.
There we go. Yes, I believe that under the council rules and also under the OPMA, if we're going to adjourn, we need to set a time for the meeting to recommence.
But is it technically adjourning then? We're adjourning for now until 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. Is that appropriate? Or are we going into, like, are we recessed until tomorrow? I don't remember what we did last time, so that's not helpful. But so Bill, are you saying it's okay to say adjourn until 6 p.m. tomorrow evening where we will continue the meeting?
I think the important thing, and both words are used in different sources. And so I think the important thing is that the intent of the council be clear. So you could say you want to postpone the meeting until tomorrow, you want to adjourn the meeting till tomorrow, you want to continue the meeting till tomorrow. All of them, I think, would be fairly clear that you're going to stop talking tonight, go home, go to bed, and then come back tomorrow.
Well,
for clarification, that is the intent of the motion that I've currently made.
Okay. Can you make it again? Just so
Would you like me to use the same wording I originally used?
Well, you can just, no.
Point of order, there was no second to the motion. I move to extend time to the end of the meeting, and I will agree to stop making amendments on this item.
Second.
I'm going to propose that. Yeah.
I believe there was never a time for us to decide if there was a second to my original motion because we were clarifying whether or not the motion made sense.
I did cut you off on that. So now we're in a quagmire.
Mayor,
motions.
Mayor.
Yes.
May I?
Yes, please do.
My understanding is that if there's discussion, that makes a second moot. And I could be wrong.
Okay. So I effectively seconded it by asking questions. Is that what you're saying?
Discussion ensued.
Okay. Okay, so we we have a motion to,
I'll point of order the motion and say the motion was not seconded.
right, and our clerk is, who's a parliamentarian, is saying the fact that we had discussion negates the need for a second.
Appeal.
Okay. We're going to get real good here. Yes. Appeal needs a second.
Second.
It depends. That's helpful. Is it debatable? It depends. I'm going to say it anyway. It does not need a vote. This is not a helpful cheat sheet here. Okay.
So and anyone who is a more parliamentary than I can double check my remembering and understanding, because thankfully we don't have to do appeals very often. But at this step, we would be voting to disregard the mayor's ruling that the motion that I had made was seconded. So in this case, you would be voting, if you say yes to the appeal, then you are saying no to the mayor's understanding that there was a second.
Right.
That is my understanding of the process we are currently in right now.
Yes. Okay. So let's vote on that. All those in favor of the appeal, please say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
So Drew made a motion, the intent of which was to pause the meeting now, pick up again tomorrow at 6. I think someone said want. I certainly don't want to, but we still have 3 more components of the comp plan to address. And I'm going to stick to my feelings about the 10 o'clock end time. That is, goes against the spirit of the OPMA, because we can't expect the public is able to comprehensively engage, nor are we necessarily at this hour. So I certainly don't want to come back at 6 tomorrow, but I feel like in order to do this well, we should, because we still have 3 more components.
I'm going to just point of order. There's no debate on this motion. So the council just said we want to vote immediately on a motion to adjourn. So we need to vote.
Right. Okay. Sorry. All those in favor of adjourning until 6 o'clock tomorrow, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
The motion fails. So
I move to extend time until 10:30.
Second.
okay. So we have a motion to extend time until 10:30. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Okay. John has to teach early in the morning. All right. The motion carries. So let's be done by 10:30. All right. We have a main motion, which I need to go back to. Amy, go ahead.
Thank you. I was in the middle of a great thought when all of that happened. Now I've lost it, but it was brilliant. You just have to trust me on that. I was wondering if we could, I guess what I need is clarification on this motion, because just looking at it concretely, it leaves half sentences in the policy piece of it. So I guess I just want to get a little clarification on what we want to replace strive for with. And then I also just wanted to say, as far as Councilmember Suggs is concerned, I hear you. Thank you. And also, I would support your motion minus the date, if we come back to that.
All right. So we, Lindsay, go ahead, Lindsay. I see your hand is up, and hopefully you will give some clarification to Amy.
Yeah, I mean, removing words like strive for just makes the sentence do it instead of strive to do it. But I move to amend the amendment to include and correct sentence grammar.
Second.
Anyone opposed to the amendment, please state your opposition. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Now we can, okay. Any more substantive discussion on the motion? Okay, so yes, staff, go ahead.
Thank you. Just as we're tracking here, so the main motion now, or the amendment before us is to tighten the language as discussed with the grammar changes, and then go to net ecological gain. That is the main drive behind this.
I will read the motion again.
Thank you.
Remove the non-binding words from critical areas provisions, including strives for and to the extent feasible, that's just including, and delete the phrase in state designated critical areas from policies C-1.3, C-1.8, C-2.3, and LU-7.12, and replace it with, quote, in critical areas or, quote, in areas designated as critical areas under RCW 36.70A.172, end quote. Did you want to respond to that? Okay, you just want a clarification. All right, any further discussion? I'm going to put this in a note for the clerk. All right, I think I've read it enough. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
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 All right. So we still have a main motion. Yes.
Can we have a clarification with hands, please?
Yes,
I
sorry,
did
we
not
didn't
catch
raise our hands. So yes was Latricia, Navarra, and Lindsay, and no was Drew and Amy, John, and me. Okay. We currently have a main motion that is to adopt the ordinance incorporating amended policies as recommended in this memorandum. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor of the motion to adopt the ordinance incorporating amended policies as recommended in this memorandum, please say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Okay. The motion passes. Thank you. And Lindsay, thank you for sending your
Yes, don't close. If
We're not
that's what
close.
you're,
We still have 3 more items, so we're not going anywhere yet. I
Okay.
mean, we can maybe get one of them done before 10:30.
Well, actually, I do want to make a motion. I want to move to direct staff to incorporate government-to-government relationships into the 2025-26 strategic plan as follows. Reach out and coordinate with Clallam tribal governments as willing to develop a formal governing policy that facilitates codification of the Port Angeles Municipal Code, protecting and recognizing tribal self-governance and Clallam ability to protect treaty resources reserved in the 1855 Point-No-Point Treaty, which is the law of the land. The policy will be jointly developed with Clallam tribal governments and the city of Port Angeles, and to be brought back to the city council.
Second.
All right, thank you. Do you have the first part in writing? The second part is the
I
part
didn't.
of your motion.
I just
before.
it's just on paper. It's
Yeah.
just, I moved to direct staff
Okay.
to incorporate government-to-government relations into the 2025-2026 strategic plan as follows.
All
And then
right.
my motion.
I think we all heard that and have it in writing already, with the exception of that addition to the comprehensive plan. So all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. Okay. Can we do G2 at least? Let's try.
Mayor, if council would prefer, we can skip the PowerPoint.
Great.
Yep.
Unless if there's questions, then we can do it in 4 minutes. But at this point, I'll just introduce the item, Mayor and council. You'll find this on G14 of your packets. The proposed citywide rezone aligns zoning districts with the updated future land use map, expands housing capacity, supports mixed-use centers, and ensures land use regulations effectively implement the comprehensive plan. You'll find this again on G14 tonight. Staff recommendation is to 1, conduct the second reading of the ordinance, and 2, adopt the ordinance.
Okay. Let me read the ordinance. An ordinance of the City of Port Angeles, Washington, amending the official zoning map on a citywide basis to ensure consistency with the Vision 2045 Comprehensive Plan periodic update, adopting findings, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date. Comments or questions from council? Go ahead, Lindsay. Oh, and then
I move to adopt the ordinance.
Second.
Any questions?
Obviously, we still need a lot more to do, but we're moving in the right direction.
Thank you, Lindsay. Amy, go ahead.
My only concern was I imagine that staff put a lot of time into the presentation, and so didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings that we were. I'm sure I'll read it. Okay.
It's like just a modification of the one we saw last time. Okay. Okay. So even less. But thank you. And thank you for still being here. All right. So we have a motion to adopt the ordinance. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. All right. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Item G3, page G35.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. You'll find this information on G35 of your packet. Again, we have a PowerPoint we can dispense with unless there's questions. I will just note that the update to the Housing Action Plan does provide strategies to expand housing options, encourage infill development. The 2 issues that were flagged by Council at the last meeting have been addressed in the staff memo. And again, we're happy to make a brief presentation if that would be of assistance. Tonight's recommendation is to conduct the second reading of the ordinance, and number 2, adopt the ordinance incorporating amended policies as recommended in the staff memo.
All right. An ordinance of the City of Port Angeles, Washington, updating the May 2019 Housing Action Plan through a 2025 periodic update, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
So moved.
Okay.
Second, Lindsay.
Thank you. Comments or questions? I had a snarky one, but I've already lost it. It wasn't snarky. It was funny, but it's so late. I already forgot what it was. Any discussion?
It went to bed.
Okay, it did. All right, so we have a motion to adopt the ordinance incorporating amended policies as recommended in this memorandum. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. And go ahead with item G4, and I will turn to that so I can read the ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, you'll find this information on G44. Again, we have about a 5-minute PowerPoint we can dispense with if you prefer. I will just note that the RCW 367535 requires jurisdictions planning under the GMA to allow co-living housing in any zone where 6 or more multifamily units are permitted. The ordinance before you, the recommendation is to, number 1, conduct the second reading of the ordinance, and 2, adopt the ordinance. And I will just note that at your meeting on November 18th, Council asked 2 questions about ground floor residential uses in the CBD, as well as home sharing. Those issues have been answered in the council memo. And tonight, we're happy to answer any questions or make the presentation. Thank you.
All right, I'll read the ordinance. An ordinance of the City of Port Angeles, Washington, implementing the requirements of RCW 36.70A.535, co-living housing, amending chapters 17.08, 17.10, 17.11, 17.12, 17.14, 17.15, and 17.20 of the Port Angeles Municipal Code, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
So moved.
Second, Lindsay.
Right. Are there comments or questions? Okay. Hearing none, we have a motion to adopt the ordinance, adopt the ordinance that does incorporate amended policies as recommended in the memo. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. All right. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. And everyone can have 10 seconds to say thank you to Lindsay, and then I'm going to go to staff stuff quickly, and then we'll be done. So we have 6 minutes. So John, go.
10 seconds. Well,
math teacher thinks it's the right math.
And I stopped being a math teacher 8 hours ago. Well, I just thank you, Lindsay, for your time and your guidance and your thoughtfulness on council. I really appreciated it in my short time. I know it won't be the last time I see you, but thank you for your service to the city. Really appreciate it.
Go ahead, Amy.
Thank you. Well, I have you to thank that I'm sitting here because you got me interested, and yet I still like you. And so, thank you for all of your efforts and time. You have always impressed me with the amount of effort that you put into this work, and you always rewrite my motions really well, and so I'm going to miss that as well. I have just looked up to you and how you take on missions and sort of like a dog with a bone. And I hope to get a little bit of that rubbed off on me. And I want to thank you for your support and your role modeling. And also want to say that, God, I really feel like meetings are going to be so much shorter now. But we hope to see you in the audience, and hopefully I can buy you a coffee sometime.
Thank you. Navarro, go ahead.
I've been thinking about what I want to say, and I think, like Amy mentioned, the reason I'm sitting here tonight is because of Lindsay. Lindsay and I met at a bus stop, which I think is the most fitting place to meet Lindsay, other than maybe on a bicycle trail. And he encouraged me to apply for planning commission, which I obviously didn't get. Thanks, Kate and Lindsay. Just kidding. But I'm here instead, and it was really through Lindsay's advice and support and encouragement that I thought I could step up and lead. And I think that's really what our council is going to miss, and what our community is going to miss is somebody who is just an incredible advocate, who really, I think, looks out for people who, show an interest and who are trying to make our community a better place. And I think that, Lindsay shows us the value of deliberation and discussion, being able to talk about these things, these very important policy things, and that without somebody like Lindsay on this council, there's going to be a deep, deep hole where our meetings may be shorter, but I think it's actually to the detriment of discussion and deliberation. And I think that's why we were elected. And I'm really grateful to Lindsay for always, I think standing up for what he believes in and doing the right thing, even when it's on the losing side of, 20 votes. And I think that's extremely admirable. And I am just so grateful to you as a friend and a mentor. And I really can't imagine what council is going to be like without you.
Drew, go ahead.
I think I've served with Lindsay the least amount of time of those. No, sorry. John, it just feels like you've been here forever. Sorry. The second least amount of time, this is what happens when it's after 10 o'clock and I'm trying to put coherent sentences together. But I do always appreciate how Lindsay has been very thorough with his thought processes and his explanations for his explanations and his reasonings behind his point of view and the motions that he makes. And I appreciate that, because sometimes when a motion or a point of view is a simple statement, that doesn't persuade me, that doesn't sway me, that doesn't change my point of view. It's the reasoning behind it. And so the articulate way that you're able to explain your point of view makes it easier for me to digest your point of view, digest the point that you're trying to make, and really helps me evaluate your points of view, your motions, and the things that you've been trying to work on. So thank you.
Patricia.
All right, so I get like 30 seconds, Lindsay. And I just want to say, Lindsay and I met back in 2005 working with Native youth. And Lindsay got the Native youth, the group that was the most rowdy. And I really didn't think he was going to survive with this group of probably about 5 or 6. I mean, they were really rowdy. And he was such a trooper, and he survived the week that the adult, it was Desha's family, that was the adult of that family, made him a beautiful vest to reward him and thank him for not giving up on the kids. And he takes that same spirit with the city of Port Angeles. He doesn't give up, he fights, and he advocates. And you are a beautiful person. And I will not lose your phone number because you will always be my speed dial. Thank you, Lindsay.
We are at 10:30, but I'm going to suggest that we do need to hear from staff. And I wanted to say just a couple of words, but I'll be really quick. It's going to be weird serving without you because I've been sitting next to you or close to you this whole time. And remember our first swearing in ceremony, which was pretty cool. And I think 2 things that I want to highlight about you from my perspective are that whether I agree with you or not, I always know that your motivation is rooted in compassion, which is really compelling and I think super valuable as a policymaker. And also, while I may not always agree with you, I think that a lot of the policy proposals that you have made may have seemed so far out there, but because you made them, we didn't get that far, but we got a lot closer. You moved the goalpost, I think, in ways that probably wouldn't have happened if you weren't on council. And so while you may have left frustrated because you didn't get where you wanted to go, I think still the fact that you raised those issues moved us further than we would have gone without you pushing us to move further. So I think we moved further than we would have without you, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So thank you for that. And I will turn it over to Nathan.
Mayor and council, and in particular, Lindsay.
Wait a minute. Sorry, I didn't get it. Lindsay.
I mean, recognizing the time and hearing all of your kind words, I don't think I have anything better to say than what you all just said. So thank you so much. It's been an honor to serve the people of Port Angeles. And please do not hesitate to call. And now I can talk to everybody about a single topic all at the same time.
It's going to feel weird. All right, Nathan, go ahead.
Lindsay, thank you so much. On behalf of staff, I just want to say thank you for your diligent work for the city of Port Angeles. I think that if we could show you through a Gantt chart all the amazing accomplishments that you've had over that 8-year period, I think you'd be truly impressed with how much progress you have pushed forwards here at the city. And I'm really grateful for the new lens that you provided to me in the city, getting views, whether it's taking the alley routes throughout the city, our exploratory walks. I will certainly miss those. And just want to say thank you, Lindsay, for all your hard work. I know you have dedicated every bit of energy you have to making this community a better place. So thank you for that.
All right. And with that, we will be adjourned. 3 minutes over, but thank you all. Thank you, Lindsay. And we'll look forward to seeing you at public comment. Good night, everyone.